just in time for the first panel. So let's see what we get today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, master of the self-performed introduction and Mama Huckabee's second favorite son, Jared Huckabee! Hello, Citizen Con! It's day 2. We liked it so much the first time, we're going to do it again. Now, as the last guy during the pre-show said, day 1 was focused on the universe that we're creating. Day 2 is all about the destiny that you forge. Now, a little history lesson here. Back in 2015, the persistent universe was first launched. I think it was November or December or whatnot. Everybody remember Port Olisar? Everybody remember that one Big Benny's machine that somehow you could move it? And the Big Benny's challenge of spending hours and hours of just doing this? Trying to get that thing upstairs, downstairs, back into the hab. Shout out to Bad News Baron if you're watching. No, those were the days. Now, since that time, the precision universe has grown. It's expanded. 3.0 arrived, and it had a whole bunch of new planets and moons and stuff like this. We've got Microtech, we've got Hurston, we've got Area 18, and what's the last one? We got Lorville. If you live with the developers, they still call them Stanton 1, Stanton 2, Stanton 3, so it's hard getting the two realities to reconcile in your head. But since this time, you've all been visitors. You've logged in, and you've done your thing, you've gone on adventures, you've fought some xeno threat, you've mined some barrel, apparently, a whole lot of barrel, if we're looking at that trivia from yesterday. But this entire time, you've been visitors. Starting next year, you stake a claim in the persistent universe.
Oh, nice.
Starting next year, the persistent universe truly becomes yours. And we have got a handful of gentlemen to tell you how they're going to do it, how you're going to do it, and how amazing it's all going to be. So please welcome to the stage Design Director for StarCitizen and Squadron 42, one of my dear friends, one of my DMs. Hey, when are we playing again? That's not a good look. All right, please welcome to the stage Design Director Rick Porter.
Thank you, Jared. And thank you, CitizenCon. It is an honor to be here. Yesterday, we presented the verse that we're creating for you. We shared new tech, locations, creatures, giant worm, social features, some things we're doing with orgs. We even played the first chapter of Squadron 42 live. How great was that? Yeah? A few minor glitches, but nothing we can't sort out. So today, we got something just as exciting to talk about. But instead of focusing on what we're creating for you, we want to show you the world that you can build. With crafting, we're going to give you the tools to create your own loot, to build your own home. Crafting will fundamentally change not only how you play the game, but why you play the game. So, what is crafting? Why does it matter? Why should you be as excited as I am about this? Well, first off, crafting is a profession. It requires its own set of tools, the knowledge of how to use them. Crafting offers progression.
Hey, Panzer.
You become a better crafter by learning new blueprints and upgrading them. Crafting builds on the existing gathering professions. When you go out and you collect your materials for crafting, we are adding new depth and meaning to those activities. Crafting provides customization. There isn't just one way to craft something. Like I said, we have upgrades. How you make and upgrade the things you craft is sometimes just as important as what you're crafting. In addition, you can earn cosmetic upgrades, craft unique items, even subscriber flair. But nowhere is this versatility more obvious than base building. We're going to have nearly limitless options for how you construct your home, how to customize your base to meet your own goals. Most importantly, crafting gives you a lot of new choices. The choices will impact your goals in the game, your interactions with other players, and eventually how you see the game itself. So where do we get started with crafting? Well, you can't craft without materials. Luckily, we've got a lot of ways to gather resources in the game. And crafting is designed to complement and expand on all of these existing gathering professions, as well as future additions. Let's take a closer look at mining as an example. We've got hand mining and vehicle mining and ship mining. That's a lot of mining. But with crafting, we're going to introduce a lot of materials. So there's not just more to mine, but we're also going to specialize. So for instance, each type of mining will have its own unique materials to gather. Gathering specific materials efficiently will require you to use the right gathering profession. Let's talk about refining. Currently, only mining resources can be refined, but doing so allows you to turn them into more valuable processed resources. With crafting, we're going to expand refining to include options for all raw materials. In addition to expanding the variety of materials you can gather, refining lets you create processed materials that you're going to need to craft your upgraded blueprints. So now that you've gathered all these materials, what do you do with them? Currently, your only options in the game really are to sell them to a shop or maybe complete a contract. Adding crafting into the game radically changes your options. You can still mine, refine, and sell your resources, but now you have the option to make valuable and unique items. Weapons,
Forgot
armor,
about one thing.
even vehicles and
Outpost mining
ships.
through deployable tools.
Oh yeah, that would be nice, yeah. But I hope we can do outpost mining with deployable tools
And by
for all the
valuable,
mining
I
kinds.
mean that the
Because
crafted
I want to
gear
plant
that
the
you create
outpost,
has
leave
the
it
potential
running,
to
and
be
don't
better
have to
than
worry about it.
anything you can buy in a shop.
Something tells me don't let that happen.
But crafting just isn't
Yeah, the initial
shiny here.
ideas of the outpost was
Think
like
much
that.
bigger.
Those
Crafting
automated
enables you to build your own home among the stars.
extractors. That's been part of the
Choose to make a farm, a
pioneer
hunting
pitch way
lodge,
back when.
an
I
industrial
think.
complex, your own trading hub, a military outpost, even a sprawling town with your friends and org mates. Got a lot here, but it's all optional. You can choose to focus on gathering resources and sell them to crafters that need them. You can skip gathering and refining and just focus on being the best crafter you can be. Or you can leave all that gathering and crafting nonsense to other people and just focus on trade and make some money. But that brings me to my last point. Player choice matters. When a player makes a choice, they assign value. Players' choices about crafting and base building will drive player trade. The community's choices will determine the value of the materials and the crafted goods you can all make. The game will still have its own shops and economy alongside players, but now you'll have more options about where you invest and how you prosper. Now, I've given you a nice overview of what we're working on here, and we have a lot more planned for the future. But now that you're familiar with the big picture, I want to introduce some of my fellow developers to come up on stage. They've got exciting details to share with you about the specifics of our new crafting systems, important gameplay improvements, and most exciting, I think anyway, an update to base building. To start things off, please welcome Jacob Taylor to the stage.
Hello, you ugly bastard.
Thank you, Rick. And hello, CitizenCon.
You and your accents.
Hi, I'm Jacob, Senior Gameplay Programmer on crafting. Rick has showed us how crafting will link into a lot of existing and new gameplay. But I think it's time we get into some of the details. I'm going to tell you about the new game mechanics we're introducing, starting with
Yes, we can hear you.
blueprints.
Oh, perfect.
Good.
Before you can craft anything, you'll need a blueprint. Blueprints provide the recipe to perform all kinds of crafting processes, including refining. You can acquire blueprints through various activities. Some you can buy, some you can find, and some can be unlocked or earned in other ways. You can also upgrade your blueprints through research. We'll go into more detail about what this means a bit later. So, blueprints are the recipe, and Rick already told us the materials you gather and refine will be the ingredients. But there's a bit more to it than that. We have a new concept for materials: material quality. Quality is a property we're adding to all resources you can gather. That's an abstract measurement of how good it is at being whatever it is. You can think of this as the purity of a metal, or the ripeness of a fruit, or something along those lines. This quality will be carried forward from raw resources through the refining process to influence what that batch of materials is best used for in crafting. High quality is more desirable overall, but is more rare, and there are still important uses for low quality materials. More on that later. All raw materials you find in the verse will have a quality rating that's generated based on some rules, the same kind of rules you heard about from the Planet Tech team yesterday. You'll find the same material in many places, but with varying qualities, so you might want to explore to find the best. Some materials that are already rare will be even more valuable if you can find them with high quality. But what's quality for?
What's the point of high quality ore? That's what a refinery is for.
Alongside quality, we're introducing a new item stat system to the game. This will allow relevant properties of craftable items to be affected by the quality of materials used to craft them. For resources, just a single quality rating is sufficient to provide variation, but craftable items have such diverse purposes that we need a more detailed system to provide both progression and customization options. We aim to have meaningful item stats for all craftable items, but some examples would be the damage and fire rate of a gun, the wear resistance of a ship component, or even the satiation provided by eating a hot dog. So, as I said, the quality of materials will directly affect the item stats, such that higher quality results in better stats. Most items require multiple different materials to make, which may each influence different stats. And in many cases, you'll have a choice of materials to use, which lets you decide which stats to focus on to tailor your items to your playstyle. Here we see I'm making a gun with high-quality aluminium, giving me a nice bonus to integrity and weight. But someone sold me low-quality copper, so I don't get as much fire rate bonus as I could have. To go even further, researching your fabrication blueprints allows you to build higher tiers of an item with improved base stats. So a higher tier item will be better than a lower tier item that was made with materials of the same quality. Making high-tier items requires more advanced materials, but is also how you access greater choice as to which stats to improve. This means that your high-tier items can not only be better overall, but also more specialized in the areas that are important to you. Most items will have tiers 1 to 3, with tier 1 being the most basic version of the item, and tier 3 being a highly advanced version made with appropriately impressive materials. But you can also craft vehicles.
No, don't. They will do the same fuck up as
And vehicles are so important that
EVE
they will go up
Online.
to tier 5, providing a way for you to really invest in making your favorite vehicles excel. Of course, many of you have already bought your favorite vehicles, so you don't really need to make them from scratch, right? Or maybe you've pirated, salvaged, or otherwise commandeered a vehicle.
Not a
Not
fan.
to worry. You can still benefit from crafting by using an upgrade blueprint to increase the tier of an existing vehicle, including
Why do they cheer there?
Because they're paying
including
for
the
it.
usual stat improvements and customization.
Yeah, isn't it
Upgrading
just
a
like
vehicle can
we
save
can
a
make
lot of
new
time
ships
over
whatever
crafting it from
shitty
scratch.
how we
So
want,
there's a
and
convenient
then you
way for
just can
established
upgrade
vehicle
them in
owners
game.
to bring the benefits of item stats to their fleet.
Yeah,
Let's
but
take a look
also
in-game
means
at the
like, hey
difference it
guys,
makes
everything you
to have
bought so
high-tier
far
equipment
is shit.
made from high-quality materials.
Basically.
Yeah.
See how the recoil is reduced on our high-tier gun. The spooling is faster on a high-tier quantum drive.
Well, maybe they will make ships bought with real money
And a high-tier scraper
good,
beam is
and
much more
ships
effective.
made
You
bought
think so?
in game. Well, it's at least more. It's at least a better thing.
Yeah,
Just making-
well, it could be possible. No, I agree.
So,
It could be possible.
That's an
Yeah.
overview of crafting's key game mechanics. I'll now hand over to Torsten to walk you through the full crafting process. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you, Jacob. Hi, I'm Torsten, lead system designer of the CGP system design team. We now saw all elements of crafting looked at individually. Let's bring them in order how you, as the player, will experience the crafting profession. You will start with acquiring
This
blueprints
can go
as the
horribly
first step
wrong.
in the crafting process. As Jacob already mentioned, blueprints can be acquired in multiple ways. Let me give you some examples here. You can purchase commonly available blueprints, earn them from reputation and mission rewards, or even find them in loot crates. All content in our game could reward you with a blueprint. Some blueprints will be challenging to find, so players working together may find them easier to acquire. While you may find a blueprint on a datapad or other portable device, the blueprint itself is not a physical item. You don't collect them in a box or stack them on a bookshelf. Blueprints are digital. Once you claim one, it is permanently added to your personal library. This library is persistent to your character, and every blueprint you claim is yours forever. They cannot be stolen or traded once claimed. But it does not just end with acquiring blueprints. Those tiers of quality that Jacob mentioned are unlocked through blueprint research. Research requires a research data bank which can upgrade your blueprints. Upgrading here means that you unlock a blueprint that allows you to create a better, higher tier version of the same item using more advanced materials. Note, you will still have access to the lower tier versions if you want to craft the cheaper version. In order to upgrade a blueprint, you may need to perform certain actions. In this example, we need to craft 100-volt pistols and have one with a higher fire rate. Other examples would be collect resources, complete missions, or acquire research data from the Science Guild. Research is time-intensive, in addition to the action requirements. It will take time for the research data bank to process your research data and unlock the upgrade. You are also limited in how many research projects you can pursue at once. Now that you have your blueprint and you decided what to craft, you also know what resources to look for. Every blueprint you find will have unique requirements in their resource needs. It will not just be you need iron. We want to make use of the professions we have to meaningfully involve them in the crafting process. Especially for the more advanced blueprints, you can expect that it will require materials from multiple sources. And, as already mentioned by Jacob, pay attention to the quality. If you want to have the perfect item, you also need the best quality. Here, the best way to find the best resources is to get out and explore the world. If you want to find the best hidden materials, then you get yourself a top quality radar. Once you collected the raw materials, the next step is refining them. Refining, like crafting, requires blueprints. Refining blueprints take primary, secondary, and catalyst materials and produce refined materials. The rule is very simple. The quality of the primary raw material defines the quality of the refined material. The secondary material you put in has an impact on the quantity and the time.
Do they
the
have an
refining
idea
process
how
will take.
refining an ore
An
works?
optional catalyst can speed up the process further.
Probably not.
It's complete
Let
and
me give
utter
you a
bullshit
simple
to
example. If you
for
want
an
high
ore. I
quality
mean, there's
steel,
other
you need to
materials,
put in the best
granted,
iron you have in the primary
but
slot.
for a metal, it's complete and utter
can
bullshit
put in-
if the quality
you
of
can
the
put
original
any
material
quality coal in the secondary
informs the
slot
quality of the
without
refined
affecting the
material.
quality
If
of
it
the
does
steel.
so, you got a really
But
shitty
the quality
refinery.
of the coal will influence how much of it you need to produce
Element is an element.
steel. As an example,
Refining is
Exactly.
about
put in
removing
low-quality coal,
impurities.
you might require 4 SCU
Well, maybe they mean
of
in
coal
the sense
versus
that
high-quality
when you
coal
mine a
that
rock,
only requires 2
that
SCU.
the quality is
This is
the
one of
percentage
the
of the
important
metal in
use
the rock.
cases for low-quality materials that Jacob mentioned.
So higher
But I
You
quality
can
means
use
more
refining
metal
stations in the
percentage in
world as
the
they will be
rock.
converted to this new process. You can build your own refineries for yourself, you can get your org to help you out, or you can simply trade for the materials that you need on the open market. Now, we are reaching the final step. You got the blueprints, you gathered resources, and refined materials. Now you can create the item you want. And this item can be anything.
Good.
You will be able to craft anything from FPS equipment to vehicle components, even entire vehicles and buildings. You just need access to the relevant crafting machine. Talking about crafting machines, we will have a variety for you that differ in what process they can support, like a refinery or a dedicated vehicle crafting machine. We will also find them in various places. There will be communal ones like the station refineries you already know, player-owned that can be in your personal hangar, a vehicle, or your base. As all that we have talked about just now, these crafting machines also come in tiers. Here, the tiers will affect how well those machines do their job. You will not only progress in the products you produce, but also in the infrastructure to produce your wares. Just to give you an idea what you will encounter, here are some examples of the crafting machines. There is the nutrition fabricator, the chemical fabricator, an item fabricator, and even fabricators of a much larger scale we will talk about later.
Yay! Yes, cheer for them actually
Talking about
downgrading
scale.
all your existing ships.
I would like to talk about the future of crafting and the scale it will have in the game that you all know, and how it will change the game moving forward. As you all know, we have a lot of items in the game, and they all require their own unique blueprints. That means our aim is to have more than 1,000 blueprints that include the creation and the refining blueprints. And each of those can be researched to unlock tier upgrades up to tier 3 or tier 5. That's a lot of blueprints. And it will surely take a lot of time to unlock everything. So I, personally, recommend that you, as the crafter you are, focus on a specific field first and extend your knowledge from there. Collaborate and coordinate with your friends and fellow players. If you're part of a group, we invite you to share responsibilities with your org mates. Maybe you will be the FPS crafter while your friend is a ship crafter, but they know a ship component crafter specialist. There's a lot of content, and it will continue to grow over time. You are free to be a generalist crafter, a specialist, or something in between. Pick the blueprints you care about and be the best. Have an exotic shield generator that no one else has the blueprint for but you. Help others and earn credits while doing so. It is a real profession in the game that will benefit from your dedication and attention. As you can tell, crafting will have a huge impact on everything in the game. Even if you do not want to get actively involved, at some point you will stumble over a weapon that got crafted by someone else and you will be using it. People will start selling their crafting goods or the refined materials or even the raw materials for the sole purpose of fulfilling the demand created by crafting. Players like you can become well-known specialists that are sought out to get certain things crafted from. With the ever-expanding game we all love, we will continuously expand our crafting to offer you long-term progression that involves the entirety of our game. And you might have guessed it already, but there's one more thing that crafting is the foundation of, and that is base building. I will now hand over to Luke. Enjoy the second part of this presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, citizens. Who's excited to start talking about this next topic? Let's get into it. My name is Luc Gijsbertse. I'm the lead environment artist on base building structures. Now that we have an understanding of the fundamentals of crafting, thanks to Jacob and Thorsten, we can explore how crafting is the foundation of
I like
base
how he
building.
calls him Thorsten
Up until now,
from Thor.
everything in the game we made for you. From here on, we will give you the tools to build your own stories, your own homes, and truly make the universe yours. Join me on a journey on building our own habitable home on Pyro. Keep in mind that the following footage is work in progress, including its UI, design, and visuals. And we're super excited to share this with you. We found a beautiful location by a lake. This is where we'll build ourselves a home. To do so, we need some resources and the construction graph card.
Yeah, welcome back.
The construction graph card allows us to survey the land, claim the land in a lawful system, and it allows us to build structures.
Hello?
As we've already found a location,
Welcome to
we
YouTube.
don't need to claim land in Lawless Pyro, we can
Hello,
straight dive
YouTube.
into building our base. Keep in mind, the following UI is work in progress. A survey drone that deploys from the top of the card gives us a controllable augmented view of the land. In the
Okay.
new structure mode, we'll pick a small basic structure and hit construct. For this demo, the construction will be instantaneous, but in the final product, this will take you quite some time. We've done it. We've built our first structure. Let's have a look on the inside. As we walk into the small basic structure, we see an empty interior that is dimly lit. It's up to us to define what we will use this space for. In our case, we will want to make it into a home. We can see that the lights are still off, and that is a problem, because no lights means no atmosphere, no breathable atmosphere. So it's not ideal to live in. So how do we solve this issue? We can improve this by providing the building with power. Let's see if we can build something that helps us out. But before we dive into more building, let's take a quick moment to enjoy the freedom that the survey drone provides us with and admire the aesthetics of our first structure. And I wonder what Declan was up doing there. Keep in mind that base building is still work in progress, but what you're seeing right now has been recorded directly in the client and works seamlessly between first person and the building mode. Okay, enough. Back to base building. In the list of new structures, we see a small fuel generator. That is something that could solve our problem, I think. Power providing structures need to be hooked up to other buildings inside construction ER mode, but we'll explain this later. The fuel generator is one of several structures that provides power, each with their own benefit and drawbacks. Fuel power is quick and easy to build, but it requires a constant supply of fuel besides its regular maintenance. If a structure is not maintained, it will halt its activity. And, more importantly, we get to activate it here. Should do it. Let's see if we got power in the building now. As you notice, some of the crates in the background have disappeared as their content has been consumed during the construction process of the buildings. And it looks like Declan is now hooking up the power to the building. I wonder what he was up to earlier though. Wow, Declan has been busy decorating the place. As we
Okay,
can
that
see,
was
the
quick.
lights are now properly working. We got atmosphere, and we can start to use the item fabricator now that there is power. Always handy in case we need a fuse. Let's have a quick look at what we've done so far. We've decorated the place. We made it our own little home. We hooked it up with power. I would say we have a place that we can live in. It might not be much, but I think it's just enough to call it a home. Thank you. Now that we have a rough understanding of how base building works, let's dive into some of the specifics of what we just saw. The construction graph card is one of 4 devices used for base building. The graph card is a mobile device that lets you construct a variety of small structures and has been designed specifically to fit into the smallest ships, like the Drake cutter. The graph card allows us to survey the land, to find a good location, to claim the land with credits when we're on a lawful system like Stanton, and most importantly, it lets us build structures. To use the graph card, we will first need to deploy it. Once deployed, we see 2 small construction zones inside the card, and the interactive screen gets revealed to us. From here, we can deploy the survey drone from the extended top part of the card. This survey drone gives us a bird's-eye view of the surrounding area using augmented reality mode, ER mode for short. Let's have a look at some UI concepts of how this augmented reality mode will look like. Here's a concept of construction ER. From here, we get a more detailed view of the
As
land.
the augmented reality mode called ER and not AR.
For an example, inside a nature reserve, construction will be prohibited. Are nearby areas flat enough to place my structures on? Are there any underground extraction deposits nearby? And if so, what are their quality and quantity? Let's say we found a good place to start building our base. Then next up, we need to find a good place for our first structure. On the left-hand side, we can
You see,
that we're
Panzer,
now
I
in
think you need a
structure
base
creation
for
mode.
extracting underground materials.
Underneath that, there is a list of structures that we can build. Once you have chosen a structure, you'll drag it onto the terrain, that will be shown then as a physicalized hologram. From here, you can move and rotate to find the perfect position for your structure. Now that we have chosen a position for our structure, we will need to supply it with crafting materials. Just like the crafting interface that we saw earlier, this is where you choose the
I
materials.
think the
and
moment
the better materials you choose
when we have
will result in
the
a
start of a
structure.
base, that's where Johnny
you're
will
ready,
like
we'll
live
hit the
there
craft
and build
button
that
on
to
the
a
right bottom
humongous
to
town.
send the construction drones
We
printing
won't
to the
see him in
buildings.
space anymore.
The automated construction drones will take off from the construction graph card and fly to nearby resources to fill their internal storage and then fly over to the construction site to print the building until their internal storage has been depleted.
One next door.
The construction drone then repeats the loop by filling its internal storage again by nearby resources. Printing buildings will take some time. Keep the construction supplied so that you don't delay the process any further. Let's say our building did just finish printing, then what? Then we need power. We need to power the building. All structures will have a unpowered and a powered state that we can manage inside the resource manager. To provide structures with power, we can easily link
What happens with the
generators to
base though
structures
when
that need
all of
power
the
in the resource
resources
management
in the
menu
ground have
within
been depleted?
construction ER.
I guess
We can
you.
also link multiple buildings
Nah,
together.
they need the resources
And we
for
can assess the
creating
power
buildings,
consumption
not for
and
maintaining them.
shortage of,
And I'm
inside
pretty
the
sure you
resource
can also
management
supply
scheme.
them.
Keep in mind that operational structures
No, so,
like power
like
generators
you will
Wait a
set up
second,
a-
wait a
require
second.
maintenance of their fuses and
Let's listen to him for
sometimes
now.
need to be supplied and
Keep
sometimes
the
need
question in
supplies
mind.
coming in and going out to be managed. Now that we have a structure and power, what can we do next? Then we can actually upgrade our structure. Structures can be upgraded from tier 1 till tier 3. The better material you provide, the better the improvement will be. Just like Jacob and Thorsten explained in the crafting presentation. Tier upgrades can, for example, improve the structural integrity of the building or make its resource consumption more efficient. To really make your base feel like home, you will want to decorate your base with a wide variety of furniture pieces that can be bought, crafted, and found in the universe. It's up to you to define what you want this space to be. Do you want to decorate it as a hospital? Do you want to make it into a workshop?
So
Do you
what
want
was
to
the
make
question?
it into a luxurious bedroom?
So
It's up to you.
they showed like there was a
Furniture can
mineral
easily
reserve
be
on the
placed
ground, like
and
2000
moved
is
using
a
decorative
Yeah.
ER mode.
Yeah, so
as an
okay, so
hologram.
you place a base here.
Yeah, okay.
You
I
place
So
the
your
think I
furniture
remember.
can easily fit through doors.
Yeah, the
you
thing is,
place an
the thing is,
extractor.
Features
I'm
accessible
pretty
through
sure
nearby
you
construction
can,
devices, allowing you to
like,
place
if you
down
need
furniture
more
pieces
materials to
or
build the
even
base, you can
crafting
just
machines
supply it in
that
crates.
otherwise wouldn't fit through
No,
the door,
not to
and you get to place them
not the materials to
directly
build.
from
Like
your local inventory.
you
I
The
place
less
the
trusted among you,
extractor
or
thing, like
anyone
hanging
settling in
outpost,
Pyro for that
Yeah.
matter,
and you extract
may
all
want to
that
lock
was
their furniture
available
into
in the
place,
ground.
so that
Well,
only
then
you
it's gone, I
and your
guess.
friends get to
Yeah, well, what do you
rearrange
do
your
with this
decorations.
base?
And
Do you just delete it?
best of all,
Well, I
decorative
guess,
ER is not exclusive to base building and can also be
what's
used
it
for
called,
personal
salvage
hangars
it?
and ships.
Yeah.
To recap, what are the essentials for any base? 1. Come prepared, bring the right resources and a construction device with you. 2. Use the resource manager, power generators to make your base habitable and functional. And maintain your base with resources and by replacing out worn fuses. And 3. Personalize your base, personal hangar and ship with decorative ER. And there we have it, our home in Pyro. Now that we have an understanding of the basics of base building, we'll explore how you can go and make more than just a home. But before I hand you over to Declan, the designer behind base building, I'd like to say a quick thank you for those who made this presentation possible. So a quick thank you to Eddie, Brandon, Jack, Dan, Mark, Xiao, Stefan C, Dom, Stefan T, Carl, Joel, and Rob for your efforts and dedication. Now give me a warm welcome for Declan.
Nice one, James. All right. Thank you, Luke. Good morning, everyone. Morning. My name is Dec. I am the system designer behind crafting and base building, and we've just seen a nice little base, right? That's good for cabin in the woods. Maybe you want to place it down next to big redwoods, go and explore, or a place to stash some loot you perhaps shouldn't have. But do you want to see a big base? Yeah. Good, because we're going to industrialize. So we're going to set ourselves a goal before we do a video, and we're going to create a base that's capable of the item fabricator can handle. There's been a bit of a spoiler already as to what it's going to be. So to kick us off, called in help of a friend who has a specialized, not yet revealed base building vehicle, and he's built us this. It is the construction hub. This has 4 automated drones compared to the GravCarts 2. They can build small, medium, and large buildings. So far, we've only seen small. Automated drones are capable of building 1 structure each simultaneously, so 4 is quite a big advantage. We'll pop into our construction AR and we'll get down a generator, we'll connect some buildings together just so we have a place to call home before we begin. All right, there we go. ago. So we've settled on one of the brand new underground resource deposits, and we're about to exploit it using this. It is our extractors. This particular one is a large liquid and gas, depending on which type of deposit you've settled on. We have our output grid here, where we're getting all the brand new resources up out the ground. And it is important to note that once these things are set up, it's not a case of just free resources forever. On key structures like this, there are fuses which will occasionally need replaced, as well as environmental wear which can be fixed using crafting materials. Now we want to turn those raw resources into the more valuable refined materials we saw the process talked about earlier with Thorsten. Of course we want this, it is our refinery. Once again there are multiple types here. This one is the large solid matter refinery. We have liquid and gas again, as well as biological, depending on the type of materials that you're using and want to produce. Refinery has input and output grids. For input, as you might expect, is for the resources which you're going to consume, and then the output is for the resulting refined goods. This is a terminal where you'd select which blueprint you want to use, and therefore which type of refining method you want. Crates here with our extractor and our refinery, so we're going to put down our elevator storage.
This shows what we can
This is really starting to build up now, but it's worth me mentioning again here that whilst we're putting these buildings down instantly in this video, large structures like this, they will take some time with the automated construction drones, but the smaller scale base we saw in the previous video, that can be done in a single play session.
Well, basically, I presume, yeah. If you find a proper deposit at least, I guess. That might be the sidearm of a Pioneer that he's currently in there. At least it looks like. Some of the components look like from a Pioneer.
We're introducing the concept of a freight elevator network. What this will allow you to do is it will allow you to link multiple freight elevators together, and in turn they will share the same storage. So as we're doing here, we'll deposit an item on freight elevator A.
Ah, cool. That's good.
And then we're retrieving it on freight elevator B. There is a distance limit, but you can daisy chain the elevators together to extend that. And it has to all be contained within the same base.
That's really good. Although the freight elevators will be a little bit of magic unless they're digging tunnels.
We might want to invite more people to join us. This is easy to do. There will be permissions that we can set up, granting people access to our base, and they can even build their own structures if they wish. We can also give them access to existing structures, which is how you can form your org storage using those freight elevators.
That'd definitely be an org base.
Now we always want a safe place to store our ships, so the trusty hangar will do.
Outstanding.
Yeah, we'll definitely build that kind of stuff in a high security area.
So it has this large much. We call it a foundation tile. It's quite special in that it can actually deform the terrain around it, making it easy to place such a huge structure like this. You can also place other buildings on it, so it's easy for making large, sprawling bases.
I acoustically didn't understand you.
There is one final piece of the puzzle that we need to achieve our goal, and it is this, our very own fabrication hangar.
In Pi?
Does anyone want to guess what we're going to build in a fabrication hangar?
High security place there.
An Idris, maybe not an Idris, if I'm honest. We'll have a drive around, we'll go to the entrance and we'll see what's in store for us. Looks like whatever it is, it's just about finished crafting. Of course, we were going to build ourselves a ship.
I don't like this. I don't like building ships.
Of the gains from industrializing,
because that's how EVE Online died. Or
and
basically got taken over by unlawful orcs.
Materials. We've introduced freight elevator
Because
networks, which are great
if
for
players
logistics
can
and hauling.
craft ships from the scratch, that means they can disconnect from the NPC population.
Such as ships.
And that
Ships are
is
valuable
when the
because you can
designers
also
lose control of the
fly them,
game.
Play content with them, but because they are a crafted item, they can also be sold to other players. So, with base building, you're going to be able to set up your own shops, and there's two main ways you can do this. The first is using a dedicated trading terminal. You can link these to your freight elevators, and in turn, any items within can be listed for sale at a price you deem reasonable. This includes resources, refined materials, and so on. Using the terminal, visiting players can browse what's on offer, purchase, and then collect from that same freight elevator. The second method is to set up a physical shop in the world. By using the decorator AR we saw earlier with Luke, you can maglock items and then list them for sale. Once again,
Or
browser
maybe
players,
this
they can see the price
ship
of the
crafting
maglocked
is for
item,
the time
purchase it,
when
which
they
then
start
removes the
actually selling
maglock.
ships on the website. So you've got a choice either to buy it in-game or craft it yourself, which is, in both cases, you need to gather resources or earn money.
Yeah, but it's not about gathering resources, it's about keeping control. In my opinion, ships have such a huge ass supply chain that they need. They should only be crafted in shipyards, period. And from a meta perspective, having ships to be crafted in a shipyard means you keep control of the player population, because they have to, at some point, they have to come to a station, at least to get a ship. If they are outnumbered by everyone, they cannot get new ships. However, if they can build them themselves,
very important because crafted items using
shoot
high
up
quality materials
everything
will be
around
the
them.
most powerful in the game. On the flip side, if you do
Maybe
specialize,
it's not
maybe
like
you end
for
up cornering the
one
markets
person.
for a
You need a
particular
large
item or
crew to
resource, and your shop will
build
then
a ship. It
turn
will
into a
take a lot
hotspot
of
of
time.
activity.
It doesn't
making
matter
builders
how
good.
large the crew you
Some
need
of
for that.
will become
I'm
infamous
talking
because of
about
it.
something like, what was the name
Bear in
in
mind,
EVE
successful
Online?
shop also depends on
Goon Squad.
location.
It's
Do you
not
want your
some
customers
small
on edge of
orcs that
Pyro,
have
which tend to have
defied
the higher
the
quality
designers,
materials?
even
Or do you
threatened
want to
them.
spend time hauling
It's
them
been
all the way over to
like
safer-
the Goon Squad
safer
that,
systems where your
as far as I
customers can
know,
be more at peace?
that have been completely disconnected
We talk
from
about selling
the
items,
rest
let's
of the
have a look
game.
over your base. We have
Thousands of
foundation
people
tiles which can
that
help to
did
divide
exactly
up the
that.
foundation decals, which help you divide up the foundation tile. You can place them freely wherever you want, and they just help you mark up areas like, I want to use this place for cargo, I want this for housing, vehicles, and so on. You'll be able to earn paint in-game and apply them to buildings.
Yeah, that's good.
as well as add your own custom tech. So if you're part of an org, the blue buildings that have your name are definitely yours. We have some forms of base building which are either still in the design phase or early white box, but we want to share some details. First, we have farming and ranching. Farming, it comes in two general types. We have our low-tech farming and then high-tech. Low-tech consists of you acquiring the seeds, planting them in the appropriate environment. If you remember back to yesterday, the Brave New Worlds, we had soil types and such now. That'll play a part. As well as supplying them with nutrients and then just harvesting them when they're grown. High-tech, it's a bit more involved because you've got to make the hydroponic buildings we see here, but in return you'll be able to grow exclusive strains of plants. Ranching will allow you to keep herds of animals. You'll have to provide them with feed, water, and shelter, but in return they will provide you with produce. Not every animal can be ranched. I don't really see a sandworm ranch anytime soon, but the quasi-grazer will, of course, will.
Sandworm ranch.
Not
Confirmed.
Yet. Maybe. No. We have a few more additional archetypes. We have landing pads, garages, roads, fencing, as well as new variants of structures which we've seen today. For instance, the power generator, there'll be solar power, fusion, geothermal, as well as the XL structure class. If you remember, everything we've seen today, the biggest we've seen today rather, is large. XL is larger than large. And then you have your defense. So, in lawful areas, you have varying levels of security provided for you. With max security, you are protected by planetary shield tech. However, in lawless, pyro and the likes, you'll have to provide your own defenses. These come in the form of perimeter walls, shielding, which prevents aerial bombardments, and then a range of automated turrets, such as PDC to shoot down missiles, anti-air, anti-vehicle, and anti-personnel. To round up, whilst we spent this entire time talking about how you can expand a single base, you can of course have multiple. These can be across a single planet, moons, across multiple systems. There are advantages and disadvantages of locations and base types. For example, in lawful areas, you'll need to buy your land for UEC, pay a tax to be able to build, and then you'll gain protection in return. In lawless, no cost. Higher chance of better quality materials, but no security to fall back on. A small cabin in the woods can be great to set up in a single play session with short build times. However, the large base we just saw will take days, weeks, or even months, depending on how big you want to go. You might want to embark on this endeavor as a team or an org. You can set up a base as an org and own it as the org. For this, there'll be permissions available, and you can assign roles and tasks. Ultimately, base building can be your main gameplay loop or a supplementary one, depending on what it is that you value. On that final note, I would like to say thank you on behalf of the crafting and base building teams. We've been very excited to share with you some of the work so far and the vision we have for these systems. But before we go, we have one final video.
I wonder if you can build in the skies of Horizon a base.
Ooh.
Huh. Okay. That looks like someone shot down a javelin.
Thank you. I'd just just like to say thank you especially to Kian and Zheng Shui. They worked very hard on this, and you might see that base again later today. So stick around. Thank you.
Hello, CitizenCon. I'm Kirsten, your core tech producer, and I'm here off the back of that amazing presentation with Thorsten. How are you feeling, Thorsten?
Much better now.
That was an incredible view to what players can expect next from crafting and base building. Do you want to tell us a bit more about the crafting system and
The
what
funny
players
part
can
is
expect
you speak
come next?
Thorsten.
So,
In German, you actually
I think we
speak him
talked a
with a
lot
very
about that
hard
already in the
T.
presentation, but
Not just a
it's
T, but a
really
hard T.
dramatic
And in
change,
English,
or
it's
an
like
exciting
Thorsten, which is
change,
a
I would
soft
say,
T.
to the game, because we
It's
give the
completely
resources a
pronounced completely
meaning
the other way around.
apart from just a monetary value. Now, even with the quality system that we
Okay,
now
is it a good
implement,
time to
there
ask
will
you a
be also
question?
a meaning to scout for like the perfect material. And
Wait a
of
moment,
course, you
let's
need
hear
more
what he's
bigger
gonna...
variety of the materials to be able to craft the items you need, and especially now
Because I want to
with
comment on
the
it a bit
tiered
later.
system that we will introduce, we will also give a meaning for you as the crafter or the player you are to invest the time to be the best or the specialist. Because something that is very important to us is that we treat it as a real profession, and we have it as in parallel to all the other professions that we already have.
So it's not just about making the universe more dense, it's also about making it more interactive and making everything in it more valuable.
And more meaningful, yeah. So something that is also important for us is that everything that we do for this new feature is that we meaningfully integrate it into the game, so it all makes sense, right? So also with like the recent changes we did to the itemization in 324.2, we also like this is the starting point of all the changes we will be doing for all items, and that the reason why we did those changes were just because of crafting.
So what impact will the crafting system have on orgs?
Well, as also mentioned in the presentation, like we want to see orgs building an empire of crafting or of manufacturing items and being like the get-to point for players to like go to their base and buy in their particular shops the items that they inherit, that they have the best, for example, FPS weapon for.
And I'm guessing that'll tie in quite well to the biomes we saw yesterday as part of the core engine presentation, right?
Yeah, the biomes will also heavily affect
We
what
can
we
do
do
that.
for crafting, because it also will give us a good opportunity to spread around resources in more interesting places, like the giant forests you saw, right? For example, if you have a prospector as a miner, it might not be efficient, or you might not even be able at all to go down into the trees to mine anything that is below it. So you need to grab your ROC or your FPS mining gear to actually grab the resources that you can only find in those particular areas. So yeah, we will benefit a lot from this.
Super exciting. Well, on that note, how has this CitizenCon compared to previous years? You were at
Okay,
LA last year.
what
How was
is
the feedback here
the
in
what's the question, Ami?
It looks a bit smaller,
I just
but
wanted
I got told it's
to
actually bigger. So yeah,
for you
so
to
it's
elaborate on your take about you don't like the ships being crafted.
Ah, well, in theory, if I would not learn from other people's experience, I would like it. However, I do. So that's why I thought about how EVE could go so hard sideways. I mean, in EVE Online, if you don't know, the big factions even threaten the designers of the game. You know, like physically threatened. And after, well, that was a culmination of something that happened before, which was like that the designers wanted to develop the storyline of EVE in a different way, but those big factions hunkered down in certain areas of space that were not thought to be for them, that were well, where they shouldn't be able to. However, due to the fact that they were able to craft ships and everything, they could just shoot up everything. They could just ignore everything and destroy everything in their wake and set up their own shop. And well, I mean, well, yeah, that is if like we went somewhere in Stanton, or if one of those, well, I think at the moment one of the orgs that would be big enough would be Test, for example. If Test went, oh hey, there's even Test. For example, if Test went somewhere and just hunkered down and killed every NPC that they could find, and every player, whatever, they could build their own bases, for example, on Daymar and just take it over, or even the whole Crusader area, you know. And the thing that prevents players from doing that is that their ships get destroyed. And at some point they have to get new ships, have to claim them, whatever. And that process of crafting ships or claiming ships has to be in the hand of NPCs, so that players can never fight all NPC factions at once. They always have to decide which factions they maybe don't want to attack, because then they somehow fit in a legal system. If, for example, it doesn't matter if you're then not shooting the pirates or not shooting the UEE, you will be fitting somehow in a legal system where other players can conform into. And they're not able to break out completely. You see, Amikan?
Hi guys.
Hello, Fury. Amikan, does that answer your question?
Am I coming through?
Yes, you're coming through.
Good.
We're currently having a discussion, you know.
It's okay.
Yeah, don't let me interrupt.
Speak. No, you can speak and we'll continue after.
Okie dokie. Hey, Fury.
Hey, yeah, so thoughts on that last one? Massive implications for our own, I figure.
Yeah, well,
the question would be, would we be primarily focused on extracting the top tier materials and selling it, or would we be producing, manufacturing? I mean, you could create a farming guild out of this. It's mad. There's so many possibilities now in terms of professions.
Indeed.
It's yeah. I mean, I just love that you could set up shop. You set up your own spot. You can basically create your own landing zone almost.
Yes, you can. But that actually is the question.
There's a lot of...
That actually is the question, because in the moment you do that, you have to protect the thing 24 hours.
Yeah.
And there is only very few organizations that will be able to do that.
Right now, but when the org stuff comes in.
Yeah, maybe. Unless of course if you're going to a secure area, then base defenses might be enough until the security arrives.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking, if you get set up and you get onto something special, then you might draw people to your organization. So your organization might grow naturally. So then, you might have players on all around the clock.
We'll see how that works, actually. We'll see how that will pan out.
Yeah.
But also, if you're setting up your landing zone, base, whatever, in a very remote location that's super special, people won't be finding you. So I think in terms of your org growing naturally or on its own by your landing zone, you will have a better time if you set it up in a, well, starting area, for example.
Yeah. Oh, I think we might be on.
Are we? Let's check
it's
the
probably
stream.
time for the next panel, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go sit down. So.
Alrighty, talk to you in a minute.
Carrying them here. I have not been carrying mine, and I probably should have.
How we doing, guys? All right?
Yep, everything's fine.
This one says, thank Kat and Mandy, but also Tyler and Leah. Guys, can we get a round of applause for Tyler and Leah, please? Now, Tyler, you probably know, is our Director of Community. Tyler is what we call internally as a product owner. He is the product owner for CitizenCon. So everything that you see here at this event this year is touched in one way, shape, or form by Tyler Wicken. So please give a round of applause for Tyler Wicken. And because Tyler Wicken can't do anything by himself, Leah is the one who does most of the hard work. So Leah, who will never be on camera and who hates to be embarrassed, please give a round of applause for Leah, please. This one just says, learn to stretch. This one says, don't let the intrusive thoughts out. I almost lost it with that rabbit weasel thing yesterday. This one says, hi, Dad. Hi, Dad. And this one says, don't run crossed out. Don't roll on the stage, dummy. All right. So that's enough for me. Guys, our next presentation is our annual ships presentation, this year titled Captains of Industry, being presented to you by two people who almost certainly need no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway. Ben Curtis was born in Manchester. No, I'm just. Vehicle Art Director Ben Curtis, and gosh. Oh, I was going to do something really embarrassing. All right. John Crew, you're saved. Come on out, John Crew. You're lucky they didn't wait. You're lucky they didn't wait. Cheers, Mom.
Hi, everybody. It's good to see you all again. Love you too. Excited to be here. In case you don't know me and you weren't listening to Jared there, which I do quite a lot, my name's John Crew. I'm the Vehicle Director.
My name's Ben Curtis. I'm the Vehicle Art Director.
And the clicker is not working.
Oh.
So if you've got technical difficulties...
You have to do a dance, John.
There we go.
There we go. We're good.
Right. So, today we're going to be talking about the vehicles to build to your universe. And for those of you that watched the previous presentation, which is awesome about base building and crafting, you should be familiar with the construction grav cart. And you've seen how this works. You might be wondering, well, if I've got this, why do I need some vehicles to do things? I know there's going to be some of you that will be perfectly prepared to go push this thing hundreds of kilometers out of the garages at New Babbage. But realistically, you're going to need a ship to put it in. It can't carry supplies by itself, so you're going to need to put supplies in the ship, move them. And it has small drones. And that's the key aspect there. It has 2 small drones on board. And drones will have sizes.
Okay, so, yeah, basically everything you're going to be building in StarCitizen has its size class. A lot of you are familiar with how we class our ships and a lot of other things in our game. So it ranges from small all the way up to large and extra large. And our drones kind of fall into those classes as well. But what does it really mean, the difference between what's a small drone, what's a large drone, what's a larger than large and extra large, and so on. And basically, a medium drone, for example, can build any structure up to a medium size. So it can build smalls, mediums, and it will be able to build small structures faster than what a small drone would. So the size makes a difference depending on how big you want to go. But the drones also scale in they scale in numbers. In the one drone can only make one structure at a time. So the grav cart's got 2 drones on it, so I'll be able to create 2 small structures. But a medium, or if you've got a vehicle that carries multiple drones, you can craft a lot more structures, a lot bigger sizes. And that's kind of really the key to kind of like the upgrade path through the kind of drone sizes. So we've had a look at the small. So what's next? What do you want to build? A medium. So
Ha,
I
nice.
know some of you have already seen it, but this is the CSV from Argo.
So launching today is the very first ground vehicle from Argo, the Construction Support Vehicle, CSV. So this specialized chassis is developed to take on all the conditions on all our planets. It's a little rugged beast that really does just go everywhere. And if you're constructing a new settlement, there's 2 things you need. You need drones to build it, you need supplies to supply the drones to build it. And that's why the CSV comes in 2 variants. So we have the CSV FM, which stands for Fabrication Module. So this has 2 medium drones on board, and we built it to fit in as many vehicles as we could practically get it to fit in. So it fits in vehicles from a Cutlass Black upwards. It's approximately, and everyone always asks me, what ship fits in what?
The Starfarer might, in that case, actually get a really interesting base building ship, because you can exchange the pods in the back with cargo, and I'm pretty sure you can fit one of these things in.
Obviously, 2 medium drones on board, and then it has an internal storage tank for resources. It has a very small version of a freight elevator built into the back of it, so you feed it 1 SCU crates, it absorbs them into the holding tank on board, and then the drones will come back to the vehicle to refill. And it also has a size 0 serial generator on board for a bit of added protection. What happens when you run out of resources? This is where the CSV SM for supply model comes in. So the second CSV-based vehicle in the game, and this has a traditional 4 SCU cargo grid on the back. So 4 1 SCU boxes, 2 2 SCU boxes, 1 4 SCU box. Depending on what you buy, you can use this to bring it and move it around. So this is the perfect companion
Could
vehicle
get
to the
creative
CSV
and
FM.
put a 8 SU box onto it.
Said that. Shield generator as well. Moves about 28 meters a second. I cannot, my brain is fried. I can't remember what that is in miles per hour or kilometers per hour. And it is available right now to drive in SC Alpha 324.2. Available at player C.
Yeah, that should be around about, I don't know, 80, 90 kilometers an hour.
So now, let's take a little closer look at the vehicle, and Ben's going to go through it.
Okay, so what we're seeing here is the in-game version of the CSV. It's complete with its 4 SCU of cargo up on the rear. And I think the CSV kind of really builds on what Argo is known for as a manufacturer. It's got those kind of like really kind of hard industrial looks, and I think it helps it kind of feel at home on any build site. All of its components are easily accessible. And I think the exterior is like real dominating factories, those kind of large all-terrain wheels, and then that's kind of backed up by just simple, smooth, sleek lines. We've got the front-loaded cab that puts all the controls kind of right in the kind of where the player needs them, and I think that's one of the keys to the ship as a whole, or the vehicle as a whole, sorry, is it's simple, it's purposeful, it's functional, and I think that just kind of just helps it to kind of feel part of that Argo family. But what if you want to go bigger?
Bigger?
Bigger. Okay. So, introducing the Starlancer family. So, yeah, the Starlancer is basically a whole new family of vehicles, from MISC, and these are covering a range of different roles. Today, we're going to be talking about the first 3, which are the build, which kind of makes sense, and that basically is for all your large structural construction needs. We have the TAC, which is going to be for people that want a little bit more defensive or offensive excursions in our universe. And then we have the Max, which is a dedicated hauler, but it can still pack a bit of a punch. So we're going to take a bit of a closer look at all of them today. We're going to start off with the build.
So this is the stance of build from the outside. The key thing to take away here is you'll see it has the drone bays on each side, and then it has the drone resupply arms for allowing the drones to come back and resupply. Inside that room, you have the drone control center. So you have a single station inside, and this is where you control all your drones from, much like Luke showed you in the previous presentation. So there are 2 large drones held on each side of the room, so 4 large drones in total. And then there are 2 filler stations right at the front here, and these each hold 16 SEU of capacity, which can then go and load the internal resource tank to feed the drones. Drones that will then be deployed out of their little secret garages, and they go off and do what you've asked them to do. When they need to resupply, they'll come back, sit on these arms, suck up their resources that they need, carry on their day. That's the really important thing here, is that all these base building vehicles have enough storage on board to supply your drones. Obviously, if you're going to build 1 million things on your base, you're going to run out. But we want you to be able to have these vehicles and have knowledge that you're not going to be doing endless cargo runs initially to build your base.
Good.
You'll be able to build your base and have storage on that eventually, but these all get you going in the short term. So let's have a quick go over the stats. It holds 4 large construction drones. It's 83 meters long, 52 meters wide, 15 tall. Saw lots of rumors and chatters that people thought this was freelancer size. It is not. It is significantly larger than the Constellation and Corsair. It's almost 600i in size, so it is a big ship. 2 S4 guns for the pilots, 16 missiles, remote turrets, and then 128 SU of cargo capacity in the build specifically. But what if you don't want to build stuff? What if, like me, you just want to burn stuff and destroy stuff?
So introducing the Silence Attack. So like I say, this is designed to be a bit more aggression into the verse. So I think the first thing you're going to notice is the kind of the dual man size 5 turrets. Now these give much better kind of broadside coverage from any of the other variants. And then on top, we also have like a dedicated hangar that has been specifically designed to fit a IMGd-Fury inside. And I'm sure we will see plenty of other ships try to be fitted inside.
Successful
yeah,
or not.
Yeah, we'll see. And I think John's going to run you through the interior now.
So yeah, let's have a look over the tack from outside to in. So this is the tack in its default paint, so sort of military drab grey.
Yeah, rear turret placement is good too.
Internally, obviously Ben talked
They
about
have
size
a
5
rear
turrets.
bottom turret.
Then we have some drop seats behind, and these are on a deployable ramp, so you can do some ground assault. They will drop out, down. If you're doing a bit of ground assault, chances are someone's probably going to get injured, so there is an onboard medical facility directly behind there with 2 Tier 3 medical beds. Upstairs, obviously, there's the Fury hangar. Behind that is engineering. And then forward of the hangar is the refactored habitation and mess hall area, which is specific to the TAC, just because there's so much other stuff crammed in there. We had to redo the upstairs of it, basically, to fit that in. And we'll go over the more normal layout shortly.
Okay, so yeah, to sum up, I think the TAC's obviously going to bring a lot more firepower from the other variants. Its shield's been boosted up to two size 3 shield generators. It's got the med bay with the tier 3 med beds, drop seats, it's got the hangar, and it's still able to carry up to 96 STU of cargo. And you can secure yours today by going to play.fc
So shields like the carrot.
Starlance Attack. Okay, so I think you kind of hopefully agree that was a pretty great kind of trailer for the StarLancer Max. And as you can kind of see, we're just putting the finishing touches on that now. So yeah, we're just getting it all done, all ready for its launch at IAE. We will take a little bit of a closer look at it now.
Launching at the IAE. Okay.
I think
yeah, and also launching at the IAE.
That
means it's practically finished.
It's got this bulbous design that really helps to kind of convey its underlying structure and its underlying strength.
Yeah, I like Mist clips as well.
I think when the engineers were trying to kind of put this together, they were thinking about what's useful, what's great, and one of the things that we thought about was this deployable cargo grid that just brings the cargo down to the ground, makes it much easier for loading and unloading. And they also wanted to put the crew, they wanted to put what was important for them. So they've added a lot of windows out so the crew can see out into the verse, and it's one of the things that we know people like, is being able to have these kind of little windows out into space. And then above the kind of main habitation area, we've got these big skylights, and they just allow kind of like more natural light to cast down into the cruise area.
That's what I want to do
for a bit more protection, you've got 8 size 3 missiles up front, and then a further 8 on top. And these are backed up by a set of size 4 remote turrets, both front and rear, that give good topside coverage. And then finally, when we get to the front, you'll see we have a further set of size 4 gimbal weapons. And again, these just kind of help to fill in those blind spots.
Yeah, well, pilot cover. Pilot. Yeah.
I think as a whole, the engineers or MISC have done an exceptional job in creating a vehicle.
I mean, it's not game breaking, yeah. But it's got good turret placement in difference to others.
Kind of well-being and livelihood is protected. It's all in a package that kind of really dominates the sky, and I think it really shows off MISC's ability to deliver kind of quite beautiful ships.
In the past, they made bad turret placement on purpose to balance ships, which is like stupid, because you can't change the turret location afterwards when the ship is practically finished. But at least now they're making sensible turret placement.
So, love it or hate it, we love it. The MISC traditional letterbox view is back. At the front of the ship, you have the pilot, co-pilot seat with 2 support stations at the rear. These are the ones that control the remote turrets by default. Then behind that, we have the escape pod room, 4 escape pods, 4 crew. And then behind that, we have the traversal. It's sort of a traversal room. It has a lift, goes between the 2 floors of this ship and goes to the exterior of the ship. And then a ladder for emergency backup. Behind that is the mess hall area, so nice shared communal space for you to relax with your crew. And then we move into the 4 individual crew rooms, each with double beds, so very luxurious for a spaceship. 1 suites for all. At the rear of this section, we have a further 2 lifts. These are just internal to go between the 2 decks of the ship. Then at the rear, we have the main engineering. So there are some components dotted around throughout the rest of the ship, but the bulk of your components and the engineering terminal are here at the rear of the ship.
Just 300, okay.
Let's go downstairs a little bit.
Concept at the minute, yeah.
Can you buy it with store credits? No, right?
We have the main vehicle entrance and cargo entrance.
I just clicked on the RSO
for the rear
page
section,
and it was there.
this can be used as a garage, but it is also a cargo hold. Can fit vehicles up to a Ursa rover in size in here.
Yeah, because I need to get rid of my
And
Redeemer.
then on the Max, we have, as you saw in the trailer, the 2. It's sort of 1 cargo lift that drops down, but it retains a walkway throughout the center of the ship. So regardless of whether your cargo is up, down, being loaded, you still have traversal front to back of the ship. Then we have the downstairs of the traversal room, which also features the airlock onto the ship. And then lastly, we have the armory at the front of the ship. So if you're coming on board, leaving via EVA, leaving via that front entrance to the ground, you can stop off here, suit up, get your weapons, do the reverse coming back. And that is the StarLancer Max.
The TAC is still in concept and they haven't got the build version up yet.
Okay.
So we'll quickly recap the stats. 224 SU of cargo, 128 on that ventral drop platform, 96 in the rear cargo area. It has 6 extra VTOL thrusters for all that extra mass that it's hauling. And it is available to pre-order now and will be flyable this IE at play.se Silencer Max. And if you pre-order now before IE, you will get this exclusive sapphire paint, which is in the Citizen colors and looks super cool in my opinion. So, we have talked small drones, medium drones, large drones.
But I would only order it with stock credits.
So, who can guess what that is? So, I talked to you all quite some time ago about this in Germany, and this is obviously the original concept for the Pioneer. Now, some time has passed, and whilst the core concepts of base building have remained the same at a high level, how you physically build your bases has changed slightly. So, back then, you were building everything on board the ship here. You would fly your Pioneer, this is the area I want to build in, I'm going to build my base on board the ship, and I'm going to drop it down. Now, as you've seen, bases are a lot more expansive now. This doesn't work anymore. So, we need to do a little bit of some reconcepting.
Okay, so one of the first things we really wanted to kind of solve was the arm. You know, we know a lot more about how we're going to be constructing these structures now, and kind of the arm didn't really make a lot of sense anymore. All it really did was it made the space you need to land the ship almost twice as big as what it's kind of needed. And you know, we're not real spaceship engineers. We don't make real spaceships. But what we do try and do a lot of the time is we try and take as much reference from kind of real life manufacturing as we possibly can. And I think that's really it's really key to what I think StarCitizen is as a whole across like all the different departments. In that, you know, we're trying to make a believable universe. And if you think about the arm, and whilst I can't deny it's a cool idea, I think really from a manufacturing point of view, all it really does is it adds a lot of complication and a lot of manufacturing costs onto what is already a very advanced, very large, very costly ship to make. So that was kind of like one of the kind of real first things we wanted to do. The second thing we wanted to look at was kind of have a little bit of a shift around of kind of like the egress points on the ship. The cargo position has moved, so we needed to kind of update that. We wanted to make sure that the landing pad made sense and had space to kind of come into the ship. And then we also needed a way of getting things out of the ship that we will be crafting. On top of that, we had a few other goals. Like I say, it needs to support all the updated kind of building mechanics. It needs to support all our current metrics, and I don't mean just character metrics, I mean all metrics, because we're going to be creating a lot of things inside this ship. We wanted it to kind of become a true self-sustained mobile base. We wanted it to kind of, you know, be kind of like the cornerstone of your crafting and construction ventures. And to do that, we needed to add a few extra kind of onboard facilities. So, you know, a med bay, like I say, the crafting area, the ability to refine or extract and refine materials.
So let's have a quick look over the updated interior of the Pioneer. So at the back of the ship we have the classic bridge, looks out over the expanse of the ship, and then top and bottom of that in this image we have the escape pod rooms, and then leading off those is the access to the manned turrets that remain. Then going downstairs, we have the cargo area at the top. Doesn't look like a lot. That's 1,000 SEU of cargo now in that space. Next to that is the fabrication control room. This is where you'll be fabricating larger vehicles and ships, as well as smaller fabrication machines next door for. You don't want to use this to build a small FPS weapon. It's a bit overkill, so we have that on board as well. In the center of the ship, we have a small fabrication hangar with roof and ramp egress. So if you're building a small ship on board, so things like a Nomad, you can build on board here. You'll be able to fly it out the roof of the fabrication hangar. And then we have the existing small landing pad that transitions from outside the ship to inside the ship. So cargo you can load via new entrance that Ben's going to talk about in a second, but you can still retain the ability to land a ship on top of this ship, move it inside your ship, all those things. Engineering at the rear, this is now capital components all the way around. It was a weird mix of size 3s before, it's now just all capital everything. Then we have the habitation, mess hall, medical area between the hangar and engineering. And then at the front, we have 4 extra large drones in the drone room. But we don't just have some pictures like this to show you. Ben's going to go through this in a bit more detail now.
Okay, yeah, so we're going to have a little look at kind of like the concept and where it's at on the interior. We start out on the interior bridge. It's very spacious, or command deck bridge, whatever you want to call it. It gives kind of really nice views out over the front of the ship. And right up front, you've got all the consoles required that you need to kind of control the ship, as well as the kind of additional remote turret access consoles. And then at the rear, we have the main kind of navigation components and some small engineering consoles. And kind of flanking either side, we've got these 2 corridors, and they lead out to the man turrets that kind of sit above the bridge. And they also have all the escape pods needed for all the bridge crew. Like I say, we want this to kind of be a home away from home, so we have a very large, comfortable habitation area. Each of the crew members, they get their own individual crew pod. And one of the nice things about this is these actually open up, and they allow kind of each crew member to kind of decide like how much privacy they actually want. This is the crafting area. We've got the 4 kind of crafting machines, and these are right down at the front. We have the drone room.
Like
now,
a
these
small factory,
will be
really.
4
Yeah,
drones,
not even small.
so
It's actually a factory, a
our
flying
largest
one.
structures in game. They exit the ship out through the roof, and they're all controlled by the construction console in this area. And finally, we're just going to take a quick look at the So you can see here we've got these blast shields down that kind of protect the crew in this area from what's going on inside. And then as these open up, we just finished making a storm. And as we see, there's a ramp that leads out, so you can drive any ground vehicles straight out the front. Between all the landing gear, and you get this really nice kind of like sense of scale as you're driving underneath out the front of the ship. And we've also got the top exit for any flight vehicles. And then finally, we have the landing pad, and this just allows us for any ships that land up on deck into the belly of the ship.
So, that's the Pioneer. It's had quite the glow up over the years. Holds 4 extra large drones, and if you're interested in finding out what extra large drones can build, I highly recommend sticking around for the next presentation. It's about 20% bigger. I know the jokes, we always make ships bigger, but to fit all that in, it needed it. It can craft small ships and vehicles. And one thing we didn't show in that video is the landing gear actually have integrated ground resource extractors in. So when you find your plot, you land your ship and you can start extracting the resources from it.
That's something.
All round, and now it has 1,000 SU cargo capacity. Now the bad news. When base building comes out, this will not be there day 1 of it. But we are starting this in the next week or 2, so it is in production very soon.
Oh well, it will be there when the game goes live. That's the important part.
To finish up, we'll do the classic one last thing. Citizen Hunt is usually about looking forwards, but we'll do some housekeeping and look at the now and a bit before. So, sorry, this is Ben.
Yeah, so you remember last year we teased these 10 vehicle silhouettes. Now, these were vehicles that we were planning on working on this year, and we've not quite delivered all of them
Say it
yet
is flyable
this
now.
year.
Say it is flyable
Please,
now.
yes.
Yeah, we did come quite close. So far we've delivered 6. We've delivered the Pulse, the X1, the Medvac, the Argo and PUV 1T, the RSI Zeus, and the rework on the Retaliator. Oh, but what about the rest? Sorry.
So, all but one of these will be released before the end of the year. So the Legionnaire is the one that's going to miss out, and that's because we want to align it with hacking gameplay. But the rest will be here before the end of the year. So, Crusader Intrepid, Mirai Guardian, and the Polaris. So, we have a few patches between where I am today standing on stage and the end of the year, but let's start with some things that you're going to see at IEE.
Did you catch which ship?
Polaris.
Ah, okay. I really had to take a leap, you know. So it's got the big power plant like the Idris.
And then now we get a huge turret on the nose.
Mm-hmm. I'm only worried about the bottom side. It needs something there. And it would be really nice if it would be flyable now. I mean, it looks rather finished. Oh, that's a nice loading mechanism.
They also did the Santok EI, the Sabre Firebird, the Peregrine, and then most recently, the Argo Atlas. So, like last year, where we did a little tease, can't just leave without teasing a little bit more. So, let's have a quick look at just some, emphasis on some, of the vehicles that we're working on in the next 12 months.
Oh yeah, that's the Argo thing there. Oh, what's that? Another Hornet variant. Another Hornet variant.
Another Hornet variant?
No. That was a refinery thingy. And that is... Yeah, you really need to use this stream I provided in the Town Pub channel for the synchronicity.
Oh, there's this.
Yep. And the... And that is the Pioneer.
So, I just want to say a big thank you to all of you, and a big thank you to all the vehicle team in all the studios around the globe. They give us all this really cool stuff that we can get to stand on stage and talk to you guys about.
I'm not sure if it was the Starlancer. It could have been this refinery variant of the this one missed refinery ship, you know.
Massive thank you to everyone involved in putting these vehicles
I
together.
rather think that than the Starlancer.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was awesome, you guys. I swear some of those silhouettes looked a little familiar. Let's give it up one more time for the vehicle team. Let's hear it for the vehicle team, everybody. Woo! Call and response. We'll work on it for next year. Speaking of awesome ships, we are here at the Planet Ring booth here on the show for StarCitizen.
Give me a sec to reduce the sound of those guys.
Models that are in prototype right now.
Come again?
Check them out right now. Let's check out some of these.
It definitely looked like a Starlancer on top, because the turrets on top and the overall shape. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, but that would also be correct for the what's the refinery ship called?
Oh, the third. Oh, yeah, the third variant, the third Starlancer. Yeah.
No, I mean the other. Well, okay, yeah, third Starlancer variant. What would be? True, the Starlancer Max. But the shape of this of the Expanse is rather similar. It could also have been the Expanse.
No, the Expanse is much more boxy, and it doesn't. And the nose doesn't go upwards like this.
Okay. Yeah. Well. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Because I heard that they said that the attack variant, the combat variant of Starlancer will be at IAE. So I thought.
Yeah.
Model take for you guys to make?
Well, we've been working for 7 months for now, but our prototype now is still early stage of what we are going to do in the future. So it's roughly like 5-6 months for now. So that's what we have been building.
Yeah, I think I'm going to upgrade my Corsair to this thing.
To the TAC?
Yeah, for the TAC.
Yeah.
But also, which one's your favorite?
Yeah, it's a good question.
I think I'll get myself an upgrade.
So each one of them are very hard to make actually. But my personal favorite should be the F8. You can see the F8 has very beautiful panel lines. It's very beautiful in details, and it has a brutal weapon system that's crazy. And also I want to make sure that everyone knows that our prototypes come into our final products come into 2 versions: assembly version and the finished version. So for assembly version, we have injection pieces, so you can cut it yourself and build it yourself, paint it yourself, and it's glue-free, it's snap-fit, it's easy for where you want to build in 3 hours. And the finished version, we have it printed for you, we have it assembled for you, and we have some extra layers, painting, weathering effects, and some extra decals. It's amazing, fine quality.
Amazing. And so we're actually going to show these really quick, and as we show these details over, we're going to actually throw it over to Sam. Let's give a quick detail on this. Thank you again, Planet Ring. We're really happy to have you guys here. Let's throw it over to Sam back at the community booth. Thank you, Ray, again for having us here. We'll see you guys at the community booth.
Hi guys, I'm back at the community booths and I'm over here with Ultima. Could you give us a brief intro for the guys watching at home to what you guys do?
Absolutely. I'm Sigelian from Ultima Energy. We're the leading provider of fuel products and services here in the Verse. We do a lot of Starfarer operations. You can find us on our website at ultima.energy, and we have Discord as well, so hit us up there.
Amazing. Thanks so much, guys. Let's move right on over to Medrunner. So, Jared talked a little bit about you guys earlier today. So, how have you found the convention so far? What's been your favorite bit?
Oh, man, it's been amazing. Squadron 42 looked so good. I mean, I'm an Idris owner myself, so I'm super hyped to seeing Squadron 42 in 2026. Just the love from the community has been amazing. It's been so much fun here.
Thank you so much for being here. And if you guys haven't already, do come check out their booth because it is really amazing. Okay. And I am here right on the end of our amazing community booth area with our Avant-Garde guys. So, Avant-Garde, would you mind introducing yourselves and what you guys do?
Hello. Yeah, absolutely. We are a PMC organization. We do PvP both in the sky and on the ground. We also a trading division where we trade rare guns, rare armors, and everything.
Oh, hey.
Our goal is to have at least...
Did they say that new mist ship was going to be flyable at IAE?
Yeah, they said, yeah.
The combat variant. The other one is flyable right now.
What one? The Max?
No, the other one. Oh, the Max. Okay.
Yeah, the Max is flight ready.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So if someone brought it today, they could fly it in game?
Yeah. That's what I'm actively trying to do. But not the Max.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm thinking of just melting a mole. How much will that give me?
We saw a moment ago. Look at that awesome ship model they have.
Like come down to pilot gun. Like come down to pilot guns. Because they don't really want to talk about that anymore, right? Because they're going to change their minds and screw people.
What is Blackstraw about, and what do you guys have here at CitizenCon for us?
Well, you can always sell. No one's really screwed.
Helping other people in the org, getting to PvP battles,
and
also doing security and protection. Over here we have got, at our booth, we have a medgun made by...
By the way, can you only melt... so, if you buy a gift card, you can only melt them 24 hours after you receive them. But it's the same for the ships.
Protection for your bases that are coming soon. Look to us.
And if you want to get good at PvP, we have daily trainings that we can provide.
Does anybody know?
We have a lot of stuff to do. We have a civilian division. If
you're
not that much into combat, but even they get trained, combat ready, so you know how to defend yourself.
Awesome. Thank you guys at Black Star. We are always happy to have you. We're going to move right along to one more final community booth. This is our last one of the show. We have here, guys, CitizenCon is sometimes a crazy show with lots of cuts, lots of cameras, and no one knows that better than HubNet. HubNet is
it's a competitive price on that Max.
You guys can say it better. Tell us all about HubNet.
All right, so HubNet is our attempt at making content for the citizens in the verse in 2019.
And it's new and available now. I'd say they're going to sell a ton of them.
Yep, yeah, that's okay. Shall they sell them? I'm fine with that.
What's that?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
It's meant to report on events that are going on in the verse. And Joel can tell you a little bit more about what we do.
Yeah, so if you're looking to create a project or get involved in a project, you can join our Discord, sign up as a role. You can be a voice actor, a filmmaker, whatever your talent is, we can use you.
Another question. Can you gift the upgrade packs from one ship to another?
This is it
from one account to another, but once it's applied to a ship, you can't rip it down anymore.
Yeah, so if somebody makes an upgrade and then can he gift that upgrade to me so I can apply it on my account?
Yes, that's possible.
Okay, that's more interesting.
Yep. And you can still melt it as long as it's not gifted a second time.
Yeah, true.
Next panel's coming back on.
It's time. And before we get this started, we're doing a lot of thanks here. I want to do some personal thanks to myself. Okay? So, first, I want to thank all the developers who took their time to build their presentations and showcase for you their amazing work that they've been doing over the last year for StarCitizen and Squadron 42. So please, a round of applause for the developers. It is not easy to stand on this stage in front of 4,000 people, in front of tens of thousands of people at home, and the hundreds of thousands who will clip this and replay it and cut it into other content videos for years and years to come. So thank you so much. I want to do a couple individual call-outs, though, because it's important to me, and I'm on stage right now, and you're a captive audience. I want to call out Nick Pierce. Nick Pierce from the Characters and Creatures presentation. 10 days ago, we lost our main presenter. He didn't die or anything, he just couldn't make the trip. Nick stepped in with only 10 days to prepare that amazing armor specialization presentation that you saw. So Nick, you're a champion. Thank you so much, stepping at the last minute. And Ian. Benoit and Ian took the reins and delivered multiple presentations this year. You may only see them talking in this presentation or this presentation. You're going to see Ian in this one here, like this. But their work behind the scenes, getting all of these presentations up to the standard that they're required, was amazing this year. So Benoit and Ian, you don't have to clap for this one. This is just for me. Thank you so much, Benoit and Ian. All right, you can clap. That's fine. You might have noticed we went on ISC hiatus a couple weeks ago. We went on hiatus a little earlier.
Jared is a troll sometimes.
We took the ISC gameplay capture team and we dedicated them to the work of CitizenCon for the last almost 6 weeks. Every year at CitizenCon, the devs spend their time creating their footage for you, their showcases for you, and many of them still did. But the amount of work it takes them away from the work of actually creating the game. So our ISC gameplay capture team really stepped up this year for the first time in CitizenCon history and helped folks create the videos. Those amazing looks at Nyx, those amazing looks at Castra, the amazing looks at the sandworm and stuff. So I want to call out Will, Dave, Toby, Alex, and our newest member, Thomas. Hi, Thomas. Thank you so much, guys.
Carl?
They had never participated in a CitizenCon before, and I think they were a little surprised at first at the sheer amount of work that goes into doing this. But they stepped up and delivered some amazing stuff. The last of which you're gonna see some in this next presentation. And then our last two groups of people I want to present. I want to share. Are they back there? Wave if you're back there. You guys ready? I can't see anything. All right. I hope I'm vamping a little bit until Rich Tyra gets into place. I could hide it from you, but I'm not. So the last groups of people I want to thank. Well, let me tell you a story real quick. When I'm back there, and folks are coming up to me, and they're thanking me for this, and thanking me for doing ISC, for doing SEL, for putting this together on the stage today. I'm struck by two things every time I'm thanked. One is that I can't do any of this without you. There is no game project in the world that does a weekly behind-the-scenes docu-series each and every week, and then turns around and does a live talk show the next day after it. And that's only made possible because you guys keep tuning in, you guys keep watching, you guys keep supporting, you guys keep making relatively positive comments in the... I don't think I'm ever going to shave my face again. But Sorry, I just wanted to see what I looked like. You know, I'm like, oh, that's what you look like. All right, I agree with the people. Let's bring it back. And then last but not least, there is one person who makes it possible for me to do everything that I've done here. I've been here for 10 years. I've produced 7 Citizen Cons, I've produced 3 Gamescoms, a PAX or 2, and a couple digital stuff, and of course ISC and SCL every single week. And really, after your support, the only reason I get to do this week in and week out and have these big moments like this is because of the same guy who makes it possible for all of us to do our jobs. So I'd like to thank, where's the camera? There you go. I'd like to thank Chris Roberts. Chris, thank you. Thank you for not thinking Sandy was crazy when she hired me. Thank you for saying yes to so many things I want to do, and for not saying no or getting angry when I don't ask. So thank you so much. I do operate a lot on a let's just do it and see if I get in trouble afterwards thing. So is that Chris there? Are you ready? All right. So with that, yes, he's angry now. All right. So without further ado, let's get to our final presentation of the night. The Star is My Destination. Introduced to you by the one and only Chris Roberts.
Well, I hope you had a great day yesterday, and by the way, there's a perfect run-through that Rich did immediately after the show. He went back to the office, ran it through, no crashes, no nothing. It's up on YouTube, and by the way, that's a dedication of Rich, is like, okay, I'm going to get it done properly, and he did it, and it looks great, and it doesn't have any screen tearing, because there was some screen tearing. There was a technical glitch in the setup yesterday. So anyway, watch that. And if you're doing comparisons to the old stuff, compare with that video, not from the stream. But anyway, I hope you guys liked this morning. There was the base building, the crafting, and the ships, you'll be able to do it. I mean, for me, the ability to sort of create your own place somewhere in the verse, find the perfect spot for you to make your home or harvest resources, it totally changes the dynamic of what the game will be in terms of exploration and people spreading out, and I think putting roots down in the verse. So I can't wait till we get that in there. I mean, that's one of the things that makes me incredibly excited, because I think it will just add so much to a living, breathing universe. But that is a perfect example of StarCitizen, how it's grown over the last 12 years, because we definitely did not have that on the initial Kickstarter or the pitches that we were doing. And, you know, StarCitizen is a living game. I mean, we're constantly always adding content and features and tech. As you can see, we're constantly upgrading, you know, what we're doing on the graphics side, making it better and always improving it. And even after we would consider it a released or a shipped game, not an alpha game, we will still be doing that. So it's just, it will be a living game. We'll never do StarCitizen 2.0. It will always be sort of StarCitizen that will continue to grow. It won't be like, oh, we're going to do Destiny 2 after Destiny 1. It will just be a living, growing product. Same for. Well, I don't mean that as a knock at them. I just mean that in today's world, you constantly upgrade and improve things. But the big question really is, at what point would we at CIG, what point would I, what point would the rest of the team consider StarCitizen ready for everybody? Not just you guys out here who are beautiful, wonderful, early adopters, willing to put up with bugs, jankiness, you know, not a great new player experience. We know all those things are things that we want to fix and improve, and we want a game that everyone can just get into at the beginning, understand it, have fun, you know, pulls you into it, and then has a huge amount of depth. So the question is, what is that? and that is what we call StarCitizen 1.0. It's something that we've been talking and looking and designing and thinking a lot about over the past X number of years. And now we thought, you know what we should do, because I think half our sort of initial stuff is from a long time ago that you've seen, and then occasionally we'll talk about things we're doing in, inside StarCitizens or SE Lives. But we're like, okay, let's tell everyone the marker. This is what it is, StarCitizen 1.0. When we hit this, this is what we consider we're ready to go wide. Everybody in the world can get in, play it, whether you're hardcore or casual, have fun, play in the verse, interact, have a great time. And so that is what we're going to tell you today, is what we consider StarCitizen 1.0. That doesn't mean, as I said, that we'll stop at that point. We'll continue to grow and build and add things. So fishing is not on StarCitizen 1.0's list, but I'm pretty sure, I know, but I'm pretty sure it will be not that long after 1.0. But that is the example. We're going to tell you what the marker is, and to do that, Rich Tyra, who's our senior game director, is going to come out with a few of our other directors, and we'll lead you through what 1.0 will be. So without further ado, Rich Tyra.
Again,
right,
like the other Citizen Cons before.
Yeah. Hello, CitizenCon.
But let's see what's this year.
So my name is Rich Tyra, and I'm the Senior Game Director for StarCitizen and Squadron 42. Now, I've been at Cloud Imperium for many years, and I've read many, many Spectrum and Reddit posts. And one consistent question I always see is, what type of game is StarCitizen? And I've read many answers.
I thought he sees
It's
other
a PvE
comments.
game. It's a PvP game. What about non-combat? Ultimately, it's all three. 3 types of players, 1 universe. So how do we connect those players to create a cohesive game, and not just a set of features bolted together? And it comes back to that elegant, simple question. What type of game is StarCitizen? Well, today, we're going to find out. Okay, so before we get stuck into StarCitizen 1.0, I think I need to clarify a few things. Firstly, what about 4.0? Where does that fit in? Well, 4.0 is the patch that contains server meshing and pyro. And fundamentally, it's an alpha development patch, which means it's adding further tech, features, and content to our alpha version of the game. Today, though, is beyond 4.0, all the way to 1.0. And the big difference is that 1.0 is the full release of the game. Okay, so what does that mean? How will it be different to a normal patch? Well, firstly, let's look at the 1. The 1 means we're committing to higher base performance and minimal bugs. No longer will we reference that the game is in development. This will be a fully released and polished experience. It means fully rounded gameplay loops, from new player experience to story missions and endgame content. And crucially,
Yeah, that's why they still need 2
no more
years.
resets between patches. It's a true persistent universe. So if that's the 1, what about the .0? Well, it's just as important. It means we're still committed to continued development, with new content and features being planned post 1.0. But those features will no longer be tier 0. We'll be committing to a higher benchmark of quality for each patch, and most importantly, it's a moment in time. If there is a content, feature, or star system that we've mentioned in the past that is not in 1.0, it just means it will come later. 1.0 is more than just a number change. It's the beginning of a new phase of development of the game. Okay, so we know what the 1 is and the .0, but before we move on, I want to address one important point. And for this, we need to go all the way back to the beginning. Here we are, the Kickstarter. As a backer myself, it brings back memories. And it also reminds me we had a lot of stretch goals. And one of those goals was 100 star systems. But, and there is a but, the star systems of old are not the star systems of today.
Come
They
on.
were based on the privateer and freelancer model. They were unexplorable planets with an isolated and small landing zone and had automated landings. And we all know how that went. To give you an idea, Stanton had 4 points of interest, and the entire 100 systems only had 90 POIs. Compare that to Stanton today, and we have 1,626 points of interest, and that is going to be dwarfed once we start using the StarCitect tool you saw yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. With that, they should be able to, well, churn out
So where does
systems
that leave us
fast
for
enough.
1.0? Well, we will not be launching with 100 star systems, because the game we have today was not just the game that was pitched back then. It's more rich,
Yes, that
it's
is
more
true.
diverse, and fundamentally, you'll be getting a whole lot more, and I mean a lot more. Okay, so now I've defined what 1.0 is, let's get into the cool stuff. StarCitizen, by its very nature, is a sandbox MMO. Today, you as a player have to find the fun. You have to figure out what you can do and how to do it. If you want to be a hauler or salvager, you have to know those professions exist. You have to know what ships support that gameplay. And you have to rely on outside resources for help. As it is now, the game is not set up to help you. So we're going to add a soft framework, a nervous system, that connects all the professions, ships, and content together. And to do this, we're going to add a main story. To help...
Okay, we're talking.
To help new and existing players, to help discover all the exciting features and content we have, to take them on a journey of discovery of what the game has to offer. This story will become the spine of the universe and help onboard players with understanding how to play the game and understand what's available to them. This story will also introduce each of our guilds and what professions we have to offer. Like the United Resource Workers, our core industrial guild, which supports 2 of our main professions, mining and salvaging. They also support many other features and professions, like repair technician, crafter, and builder. Guilds are hugely important in StarCitizen, and as you know by now, guilds are comprised of many factions. As you work for each of these factions, you will gain guild reputation. You can then use this reputation as a currency to purchase guild-affiliated rewards, like ships, blueprints, and items. And each guild will have a unique inventory of what they offer. Alongside economic growth, guild reputation will become a core progression of the game. And to talk more about guilds and our main story, I'd like to introduce David Haddock onto the stage, our very own narrative director.
Thank you, Rich. Hello, CitizenCon. How's it going? Awesome. So yes, 1.0 is very exciting, and it's going to provide us probably our first real opportunity to finally inject a massive amount of narrative into the game. But we're looking to do that in several of ways. Now, Rich introduced the main story, so let's get into it. What exactly is that? First, it's a narrative experience. This will be a crafted story through the star systems and professions of the StarCitizen universe, taking players on an exciting adventure that will finally kick off the growing tension between Earth and Terra. Yeah. It will be NPC-driven. So while Squadron 42 will always be the place to go for AAA cinematic adventure, we're bringing a lot of the techniques that we learned from that to capture and build a cast of dynamic characters, some of which may be familiar, for both this story and the PU. And the main story is also designed to be sort of like a tour bus structure where you can hop on and hop off at any time you want to. So we're not also requiring you to do it. So if you want to log in day one and just go off and do your thing, you can do that. Or maybe you want to put the story on hold so you can go explore a new facet of gameplay that you just discovered. Go for it. The point is that you can complete it at your own pace. So that's the what. So why do you want to do this? What's the motivation to want to go on this ride? Like Rich said, for new players, it's a great way to ease into sort of the vast lore that we've been developing over 12 years, the gameplay, the locations that the game has to offer, and also give you a sense of upcoming stories that are about to come. But you've been playing StarCitizen for years. You probably know the lore better than me. So what's in it for you? Now, of course, we'll have rewards along the way as you complete missions and whatnot, but we're finally going to offer a big prize for completing the story. Citizenship. So, many of you already know this, but for the uninitiated, in the UEE, there are citizens and there are civilians. Citizens are members of the population who have demonstrated a commitment to bettering the empire, and as such are given benefits that civilians just don't have. Now, what those differences have been debated in the community over years. 1.0, we're finally going to answer that debate. I won't get into the full list of benefits that we're going to offer, but can reveal that one of them will be around land ownership. Citizens will be able to purchase land anywhere in the UEE and enjoy the security that comes with it. But civilians will have a couple of restrictions as to which systems and which planets they can buy on. So that's the why. So where is this adventure going to take you? Well, 1.0 is going to include 5-star systems. This story is going to weave you through all of them, but where exactly are you going to go? First, we've got Stanton, which needs very little introduction. I'm sure you're all very intimately familiar with these 4 corporate-run worlds. But since I do lore, I figure I could take the next hour and just walk through each one of these. But I'm kidding. We've also got Pyro, Land of the Lawless. A volatile star at the center of the system is the perfect metaphor for the constant struggle between the gangs and survivors trying to hack out an existence here. If you saw Ian's location presentation yesterday, then you know that he reintroduced Nick's system. There's another unclaimed system that's currently home to the People's Alliance, a wannabe independent government formed during the Messer era, but now struggling with the burdens of governance, a growing outlaw presence, and a new threat on their doorstep from Vandal raids. Ian also made another big announcement of our 4th system, Castra. Situated along the former Perry line, this was a key strategic system to launch an attack if the Cold War between the humans and the Xi'an ever escalated. So that's 4. Do you guys want to know 5? Yeah.
Awesome, Terra.
We're finally doing it. Considered by many to be the new jewel of the Empire, Terra has been a shining star against the more imperialistic tendencies of Earth, even in the darkest days of the Messer regime. Now, many believe that Terra should be the new center of the UEE. I don't know how you all feel about that. Yeah, a lot of division. But that's our starting 5. Each system and each planet will be featuring the massive level of outposts, POIs, stations, biomes, and exploration options that we've been perfecting with Stanton and Pyro, and you've been seeing in some of the other presentations this weekend. But we're adding one more level. We're also going to be adding location stories. Now, these will be short, NPC-driven missions sprinkled across our landing zones and cities that will exist outside of the main story, but will help provide an additional bit of lore and character to the location that they take place in. So, That's our main story. Let's talk more about the guilds that Rich mentioned. First, a quick recap. Guilds act as a governing body for clusters of professions and factions with a reputation and progression system that will offer rewards the more you work for them. And I want to call out two things. One, I'm not going to have time to dive into all of the missions that you're going to see on this board, but just know that every mission type is either in the 1.0 roadmap or already in production. And second, we're also looking to move missions away from the mobiGlas whenever possible. Sure, it will always be an easy way for us to get additional game content in, but we want you talking with people. So to aid that, we're going to be adding characters to represent the factions that you'll be working for that will help sell their personality. Now, some, they'll still interact with you via the written word, but some will call and check in on your performance. And others, you may have to meet in person from time to time. So, let's walk through them. Here we have the first guild that Rich showed, the United Resource Workers. Whether you're eager to earn credits, mining valuable resources from remote corners of the universe, sifting through detritus to try and salvage some valuable components, or even just acting as a technician, you'll find plenty to do with employers like Shubin Interstellar, United Wayfarers Club, and more. Next, you have one of the oldest unions in the UEE, the Interstellar Transport Guild. This will be the go-to place for everybody looking to make their fortune hauling and trading. Some of the factions that many of you already work for now, such as Ling Family Hauling, Redwind, and FTL. And we're going to be adding something special for the daredevils out there, the Imperial Sports Federation. So aside from the usual racetracks that are both legitimate and illegitimate, we're actually going to be leveraging some of our existing mechanics to build new sports and provide an outlet for all you Murray Cup enthusiasts, Cargo Olympians, and competitors to see just who's the best out there. For those who dream of exploring, I'm sure we have a couple here. We had the Academy of Sciences that was brought up yesterday in the social presentation, if you saw that. This is a science guild that will include factions like the Imperial Cartography Center, who will task you with a variety of missions to better understand our universe, such as sending you into a nebula to do deep scans, or finally seeing what's at the bottom of that planetary canyon. We're going to have a new faction called High Point Wilderness Specialists, who will offer missions associated with the various fauna that we're starting to get into the game, from population control missions to harvesting specific resources for research. Now, I don't know if we have some people who'd like to do combat, but our combat guilds were doing something a little different. Now, previous to this, these are all of our profession guilds. But for our combat guilds, they operate a little differently. See, these two are diametrically opposed to each other. So once you pledge allegiance to one, the other marks you as an enemy. On the lawful side, we have the Mercenary Guild. They represent factions like Eckhart Security, the Bounty Hunters Guild, and even some military contractors. So whether you're pulling together a team of specialists to go assault a ground base, hunting down an elusive criminal, or putting together a recon run to drum up some intel, Mercenary Guild's got you covered. On the flip side, we have the Council. Now, this is a shadowy group comprised of representatives from various gangs, syndicates, and outlaws who mandate criminal activity throughout the verse. You'll be able to throw in with rough-and-tumble gangs like the Headhunters and the Dead Saints, or work your way up to join highline criminal syndicates like the Atonis or the Drop Kings. But remember, the underworld is a dangerous place run by greed and power. So Mercenary Guild reps might not be the only people you have to worry about, as the syndicates are always looking for loyal soldiers who will hurt their competition and tip the scales of power in their favor. So as you can see, there's going to be a universe of exciting storytelling opportunities for you to undertake in 1.0. But one more thing, we're also going to revitalize our social behaviors to make the populations not only feel more alive and reactive and off chairs, but better reflect the tone and flavor of the areas that they're inhabiting. We want to see the people of Lorville slowly trudging through the streets, overburdened by the ruthless contracts, just as much as we want to see the tourists of Orison gleefully moving from attraction to attraction. And all of this is what's going to make StarCitizen be the experience we set out to make. A diverse universe with a rich tapestry of stories, characters, and experiences for you to live in. To talk more about how all this feeds back into player progression, I'm going to turn it back over to Rich Tyre.
Thanks, Dave. Smashed it. Thanks, Dave. Okay, so we have a main story to connect the universe. We have all the guilds and their associated professions, and we have location stories to give the world depth and life. Crucially, though, we have a new core progression in the game, guild reputation. But what about our other core progression in the game? The economy. So, as we've discussed before, we'll be implementing a StarSim-powered dynamic economy that will automatically adjust the in-game prices based on player activity. But for credits to actually matter, though, we need to have an economy where credits flow out as well as in. This means transactions such as repairing, refueling, and restocking need to have value. If everything is too cheap and the money coming into the economy is too great, we'll have massive inflation. And this is where taxes and insurance come in. Boo! We'll have two main taxes: inheritance tax as part of Death of a Spaceman, and security tax for your base that will cover the cost of planetary shield tech. Insurance, on the other hand, will be split between medical insurance, which covers your hospital imprints, and probably the most important one of all, ship insurance. Now, as we have Death of a Spaceman, we also need Death of a Spaceship. Losing your ship should be significant. Right now, for example, over 90% of all claims in the verse are for ships that have not been destroyed. And this is where ship insurance and our new warranty mechanic comes in. First up, we'll have 3 tiers of insurance, with level 1 being chassis insurance, level 2, chassis and component insurance, and level 3, chassis, component, and decorations insurance. Now, insurance by itself will only pay out credits based on the wear and age of your ship. Insurance, I think you want to listen to this bit because it's important. Insurance with a warranty, though, will give you back a new ship, plus any other equipment or decorations based on the tier of insurance you had. Okay, so this is the bit you need to listen to. All ships bought on the pledge store will come with a permanent warranty and their appropriate insurance. This means you will always get your ships back if they're attributed to your account. Other ships, on the other hand, will require a transferable warranty, and these are rare. You'll be able to earn transferable warranties in-game, such as by completing the main story, as an example, and apply them to any of the ships you own. But there will be a cooldown for transferring it between ships, so choose wisely. Now, what about claim timers? It's another fun topic. And getting your ship back without a claim. Well, we want claim timers to be proportional to the crafting timers. This means it's more beneficial for you to go back and get your original ship. For this, we're going to be introducing a shuttle ship, just like a courtesy car. You'll be able to claim the shuttle at no extra cost to most locations and then fly it back to your original ship. Once back in your ship, the shuttle will automatically return home. If your ship has been legitimately lost, though, then you'll need to claim it back. And as we'll be increasing claim timers, this will mean some ships will take longer than others, with starter or small ships always being readily available, and larger capital-sized ships taking a long time. So it's always better to try and get your ship back if possible. Okay, so we've talked about our 2 core progressions, but what does that mean to you as a player? Well, firstly, it means we have a framework where we can start creating cyclical gameplay loops. But what are they? Let me show you. Okay, so right now in live, if you have a prospector, you probably enjoy mining. And the reward for mining is credits and the enjoyment of the activity. But in 1.0, you might be mining for a whole different reason. And this is where cyclical gameplay loops come in. Firstly, let's add all the manufacturers and ships in. I'll just give you a moment to take that in, because there's a lot. I actually had to ask them to take the variants out, because it didn't fit on this slide. And let's zoom all the way into the prospector, a stalwart of the mining community. But let's say I really fancy acquiring a military Mark II Hornet. Let's go on a simplified journey of how I could get one. Firstly, I know I won't be able to buy it, as it's a military ship, so I'm going to need to craft it. That means I will need the fabrication hangar blueprint. Luckily, I can earn it by doing mining missions to gain rep with the United Resource Workers, and I already have the perfect ship, my trusty prospector. With blueprint in hand and some excess credits, I can now purchase a small plot of land on Stanton and build my fabrication hangar. Step 1, complete. Now I need to grab the Mark II Hornet blueprint. For this, I need mercenary rep, and more importantly, a combat ship. With that in mind, I will do a few more mining contracts to earn enough credits to purchase a Mustang from the dealership. Now I can start doing combat pilot missions for the Mercenary Guild, so I can unlock the Mark II Hornet blueprint. Okay, step 2 of our simplified loop is complete. I have the Mark II blueprint, but I need the resources to craft it. So I come full circle back to my prospector, but this time I'm mining for resources instead. As you can see, this closes the loop. No longer am I mining just because I like it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But now I am mining for a purpose and for multiple reasons. For credits, for reputation, for resources, for blueprints, and ultimately as a stepping stone to crafting my own ships to enjoy other professions. And this is just one of many loops. This is the core of StarCitizen 1.0. Player set goals that weave between sandbox gameplay and the soft framework we are adding, that give meaning and progression to our professions and features. It's providing the framework for motivation to play the game. That's the journey, though. What about the destination? So Dave has already discussed citizenship and the main story, so let's collapse that for now. Let's talk about endgame content. The content that is designed for experienced players and keeps them engaged. Basically everyone in this room. So how does that look in 1.0? Firstly, we'll have open world content, including missions, group missions, and server-wide events, like we have today, but tailored to endgame players. While the sandbox element of StarCitizen will allow for large-scale battles, we also want to provide challenging instanced content that will take full advantage of not only multi-crew ships, but fleets of ships. And you kind of know how we do that, right? You saw that yesterday. And as you progress through the guilds, You'll be able to accept high-level contracts from government agencies who will offer prototype and military blueprints as rewards. These missions will require the full coordination of multiple players and an assorted fleet of capital, support, and fighter ships. You will finally be able to become the Admiral of the fleet, directing your armada from your hologlobe, which, yes, is a feature included in 1.0. We will also be offering more specialized on-foot missions that see you enter the depths of distribution centers and municipal works in small, tight-knit squads that provide an outlet for our more FPS-focused players. On top of all this will sit a dynamic layer powered by StarSim. While StarSim will be the driving force in our dynamic economy, it will also track player and AI activity and dynamically spawn events based on their actions. For example, if it tracks large amounts of resources being moved from one home location to another, it will have a chance to spawn pirates to intercept. All this combined will provide just a portion of the endgame experience, and I'd love to delve deeper, but that's for another day, as we still have a lot to show. So we've discussed non-combat professions and guilds, cyclical gameplay loops, and endgame PvE content. But what about PvP? What about player versus player content? As you know, 1.0 will contain 5 star systems, 3 of these being lawful in Stanton, Castra, and Terra, and 2 of them being unlawful in Pyro and Nyx. So what's the difference? Let's take a look at Stanton. Lawful systems will be a mixture of high, medium, and low security areas. Each of these areas will be monitored by law enforcement agencies, and depending on the location, will dictate the emergency response time, with high-sec areas being the fastest. Initially, this response will be measured, but over time will escalate to overwhelming force. This means if someone is attacked, if they can just hold out for a short duration, help will be on the way. Pirates will be able to disrupt this monitoring by shutting down the nearby comm arrays, but this will be highlighted in your star map, with dynamic missions being generated to bring it back online. But this is the PvP you already know and experience right now, just without security forces. But before we jump into an unlawful system, let's explore what options you have if you pirate a ship. Okay, so first up, let's discuss ownership. All ships and high-value items that you own will automatically be assigned to you. This means if someone steals your ship, you can mark it as stolen, either via an insurance claim or in your Mobi. This will then trigger a dead man switch on the stolen ship, meaning it will cease to function after a period of time. But what options does this leave as a pirate? Well, you can still salvage it. You can tow it back to your fabrication hangar to dismantle it for resources. Or, if you have a high enough rep with the council, our criminal guild, you can get the dead man switch disabled and pay for a new title deed to become its new owner. Also, if you're in a lawful system, you'll need to find a transient jump tunnel, as all major locations and POIs will have custom security that will scan you on arrival. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's look at the unlawful system in Pyro. Unlawful systems have no laws at all, and with that comes opportunity. Pyro, as an example, has an abundance of high-quality resources and is a hotbed of criminal activity, the literal definition of high risk, high reward. With crafting now requiring resources, you're going to want to create bases to mine and extract them. This is where base raiding will become a new form of PvP, and it's founded on a combined arms ethos. Defending players will be able to add defenses such as walls, automated turrets, and most importantly, ground shields. a localized version of the planetary shields used in lawful systems that absorb the most powerful of weaponry. No longer can you just turn up and drop a Moab.
Okay.
One huge difference, though, compared to planetary shields, is that these shields can be disabled. You will have to strategically assess each base and punch your way through its defenses on foot to eventually bring down the shield generator. Once the shield is down, then you have options. You want to raise it to the ground, you can bomb it from the air. If you want to extract all the resources, though, you'll need to infiltrate the base using explosive charges and hacking while fighting off the defenders. Now, both piracy and base raiding is founded on sandbox gameplay. And again, that's the essence of StarCitizen. But we want to add more. Something where you can log on and immediately find the action and fight for a purpose. So first up, let's go on a history lesson. In the early 2600s, there was a fledgling corporation called SEAL that had developed a new system-wide planetary shield technology, the same technology that will provide protection for your bases today. To prove this tech, they wanted to use Nyx and Pyro systems as a testbed. With the promise of high-quality resources, SEAL lured independent miners to man the shield network in exchange for shield
I don't remember going
for
there.
their settlements. As a prototype, SEAL couldn't provide total coverage over all the mining settlements, and so they created the SEAL Tokens program, allowing the most industrious factions to purchase shield coverage for their work. The network consisted of multiple linked bases on the ground that then linked to several stations in orbit around each planet that then connected to the nearest relay in the shield network, which eventually linked back to the shield core, which oversaw system-wide distribution of the shield technology. Factions could then earn SEAL tokens for working on any part of the network. They could then use these tokens to buy shield coverage, but with the competition amongst factions being so intense, SEAL was only able to offer shielding to the hardest workers. Unfortunately, due to outlaw interference, SEAL eventually pulled out of Pyro and Nyx and pushed for a more automated solution in more civilized systems. So fast forward to present day, without SEAL's backing, they had to pull out and leave it as it is. And welcome to Station Warfare. With the SEAL network still in place, but lacking resources, orgs can take ownership of these structures to gain access to planetary shield tech. Let's go! Which, as you know, would make their bases invulnerable. Unfortunately, there's a catch. There isn't enough to go around. And as in the good old SEAL days, the system still works via the SEAL token program. To earn tokens, you'll have to assault a location and then deposit resources to power the network. This begins with ground bases and ends at the shield core. Each structure occupied will then accrue SEAL tokens over time, with larger structures earning more, and at the end of each week, you must then use these tokens to purchase shield protection. With shield coverage being limited, though, the system automatically selects the orgs with the highest bid from across all shards. Meaning for that week only, a certain number of orgs will gain access to shield protection.
Yeah, congratulations. Only big orgs
So this
will
is a
then
chance for
be
your org to become
protected.
the de
Great.
facto leader of a system. It means you'll be able to log on and immediately find the action and fight for your org.
Welcome
And
back
finally,
to EVE Online,
it's not
for
just
fuck's
sandbox
sake.
PvP or ganking. You are fighting for a purpose. So once you've won your bid, what then? Well, to talk more about that, I'd like to welcome Ian Leyland, StarCitizen's creative director, to the stage.
Thank you. All right, hello CitizenCon. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Dave. So, to continue the conversation of large-scale endgame org activities, let's go back to Pyro 3, where the ground bases were being built earlier today. This morning, we saw the small habitat being built by Luke, and then we saw Deck start to expand the base into a commercial enterprise. But eventually, we saw a massive example of an org base. But with everything Rich was talking about, with org system-wide activities, we want to give you guys the ultimate end goal. But also the thing we need to protect. And to do that, let's look up into the sky and see what it is.
Did I mention I like the quantum boost? I'm so looking forward to get that thing back. Yes, I'm saying getting it back, because we had that practically in the past. For the shield bases, do we also get a Captain... Oh no, not Captain. Yeah, Captain America or the Iron Man? Sorry, stupid jokes. Ah, shit. Let me introduce you to player space stations. Finally, you can build your home amongst the stars. This will be the starting point for your base of operations, for system-wide org activities. But why is this an end goal? Well, first of all, to construct your own space station, it's going to require vast quantities of resources and materials, and also will be a large time investment. But how do we start? Well, it all starts with the supply bay. And the supply bay can only be constructed by the pioneer. Once it's created, the supply bay then handles the creation of the station itself. Now, we're in grey box development phase, so the artwork's not final, but let's go on a journey and start building our space base. Yep, shit. That was my internet connection.
Awesome. So as you saw, the cargo grid of the supply bay consumes resources, and the required resources will be substantial and will need to be topped up over time. So this means orgs will be encouraged to have efficient logistic networks to feed the supply bay. And as Rich outlined with professions, it's ideal if your org is well-rounded in terms of roles. Even the starter player can contribute.
Well, the problem is we have done that in Freelancer, and it became work, and people quit doing that because it became actual work.
To create the base.
That's a very difficult balance.
Once the station is built, the supply bay then integrates into the station itself. So here we are. We've built our core station module, and it's big. And out of the box, the station comes readily built with some core functionality. Let me talk you through it. Right on the top is the bridge, which is the command deck. This is where all further construction is going to be managed. From here, we can then monitor the status of the entire station. We have access to power and water management. Power and cooling is something you'll need to consider carefully. It also is an area to set permissions for who can enter particular areas, either divided by the ranks of the org itself or open to the public. And there'll be a radar station to track the activity outside the base. And the terminals to access logs of who has visited the station and see what they did. So let's jump back in game and take a stroll through our bridge.
Oh, that's already in gray box. Oof. Well, if it's already in gray box, it does not take so long anymore. It's actually somewhat around the corner. Yeah, well, like I said, we did some of that stuff. Well, obviously not as graphically pleasing, but we did the base building stuff in Freelancer and we had to actually supply the bases with resources and stuff, and it became actually work for many people, and that's why the whole concept got just, well, abandoned by the people,
leads to a
by the players.
Transit network. This spine physically
it's a game,
the
and
entire station and will provide access.
We've had the experience with it. People, even very committed players, do not have the commitment to do a second work in addition to the real work.
Your station. You'll be able to use the decorator mode.
That's a very fine balance you have to take there.
However you want. And speaking of having plenty of space, this space station will have a one-to-one interior layout matching the exterior. No
finally a space station that does. Finally. Yeah, that was annoying in the past. or is annoying in the other stations.
So you can circumnavigate around the entire perimeter, and it's wonderful. Okay, let's jump back in.
Yeah, exactly. That's something that might be interesting for the IMG, actually. We'll see. Yep. Yeah, we'll see. Well, it depends on how many people we will be, I guess.
All right. As you can see, right at the bottom of the central transit system leads to the lower areas. This is where you'll gain access to the engineering deck. So like bigger ships, this is where all the hands-on engineering and maintenance gameplay happens. This will serve as the beating heart of your station. Then we have the hangar deck. And as the name implies, this is where you'll gain access to your hangar network. The base station comes with a large hangar already built, along with 2 docking collars, and also empty slots for another 2 medium hangars when needed. There will be a vast network of internal road systems, meaning you can quickly drive from one hangar to the other. No elevators needed. Okay, let's check back in.
Okay, that's awesome. Yeah. That's the new shippy. Starlancer. I mean, it's base building variant, huh? Yeah, I'd like the paint, but I'm not willing to buy a complete package for this. This paint you can't, I think. Okay.
All right, so your station hangar will offer some enhanced logistics. For example, there'll be spaces for several freight elevators. And there'll be empty modules for open ship parking for vehicles and vehicles and ground vehicles. And there'll be also exit points where you can simply drive out into your station. Then there'll be also an upper level for the observation deck. From the observation deck, you'll have a control room, and from here, you'll have master control over the freight elevators and the vehicle elevators. This means that even before someone has landed, their new cargo can be up into the hangar and ready to be loaded up. Now, everything we've spoken about so far is what comes with your station. Let's talk about what you can do to expand it. As I mentioned before, the station comes with a predetermined interior network of corridors and roads. And in this network, you'll find an array of bulkhead connectors. Bulkhead connectors will come in tiers 1 to 3, which drives the size of room you're able to build. In the interior build mode, this is where you start to expand the interior of your station. The rooms will require resource and time to construct, and once built, you can rename each room, which will be reflected in the station's minimap. The interior of your station will have ample areas for you to expand. You can build generic empty rooms, and you can fill with items to your heart's content. You can also build specialist rooms, where the theme and functionality is already set for you. such as mess halls or infirmaries or generator rooms. And of course, there are shops. So similar to the small shops we built around the ground base, this is on a much bigger scale. But that's just the interior. Let's talk about the exterior. On the exterior, we have minor hardpoints. These are attachment points located on the upper and lower surfaces of the station. Using build mode, you can customize your station with a variety of modules, which tailor it to specific functionality. Some modules cater towards resource collection, such as gas harvesters, while others are geared towards defense, like shields or turrets. This goes back to bridge operations of power management. A situation may arise where power priority is needed. Then we have major hardpoints. The core station module comes with 2 hardpoint connectors. Major hardpoints are used to connect substantial wing additions to your station. The first example Awesome, thank you, awesome. The first example is the cargo wing. The cargo wing will dramatically increase your inventory capacity. So this is ideal for orgs who are specializing in holding. Then we have the refinery wing. So you'll be able to refine resources on a vast scale. As it's in space, it's much more convenient than traveling to a ground base. Now, a player could buy resources from your cargo wing and then refine it directly in the refinery wing. And finally, we have the hangar wing. So, all right. So, the bigger your fleet, the more hangars you'll want. There'll be a variety of hangar sizes as well as docking collars to help organize your fleet's deployment. All major hardpoint wings are connected via struts, and like the rest of the station, the struts are also internally traversable. Okay, so let's recap on the exterior expansion wings. Minor hardpoints give us options on how to collect resources or provide automated defenses for your base. Major hardpoints gives us options on how you can specialize your base. Let's jump back in game. All right. Yes, Pedro has been working with us on this as well, so thank you. Looking cool. Customization is just as important as expansion. Similar to ground bases, you'll be able to earn tints for your station, and you'll be able to apply decals for your org logos. Outside of minor and major hardpoints, your station will come with 2 unique base expansion points. One on the top side behind the bridge, and one on the underside. The top side will be for the crow's nest. Now, all the other modules built so far have very specific functionality, but I'll admit, this is for the org members out there who want the ultimate in personal space.
He's got his microphone open while he's not talking, and he's breathing into it.
All right. So I'm going to be flying around the verse, and I want personal invitations to see what you've done in those rooms, okay? Super cool. I can't wait to see what you do with it. Now let's talk about the underside. This is going to be for the flight deck, which also comes with an additional 3 major hardpoints. The flight deck is perfect for your rapid reaction forces. It's ideal for fighters, but big enough to fit most ships. It's the perfect home for your station's defensive air wing. And just like the hangars, there'll be an observation deck which can override freight elevators, making rearming quicker and easier during operations. So an org with a tight
That sounds like manual rearming.
can be substantially more efficient than others. Now, this one's my favorite. Let's take a look.
Just maybe don't land on your cargo elevator. Like he's done.
There's a few little Easter eggs in that video. But why do you need a flight deck for your rapid defenses force? Well, if you've built your super awesome station in a super lawless system, now you're the potential targets for others. Everyone will have their eyes on your resources and wonder what gear you've got in your inventories. And let's say we didn't win the station warfare bid that Rich mentioned. Let's take a look at the inevitable.
Well, the golden picos. Internal defenses, okay.
Okay, so not only is your station a staging area for offensive campaigns, it's also a defensive fortress. The exterior of the station itself can take quite a beating. It's going to be very hard to damage. So the goal of attackers instead will be to punch a hole through the defenses and get inside. The optimal way to do this will be to infiltrate through the flight deck or EVA hatches and work your way up. Once inside, yes, once inside and you've cleared out a hangar, you may also want to consider airlifting in a tank or two to clear some corridors. Raiders will have to hack freight elevators or bulkheads in order to gain access. And of course, bring enough ships with them to start hauling out the loot. Gaining control of the bridge will allow access to storage, which would otherwise be unhackable. So, as a defender, there are a variety of automated defenses you're able to install internally within the station, such as blast doors, which seal shut, systems to be breached, and a range of turrets like anti-vehicle or anti-personnel. These will all help slow down the attack and give time for your reinforcements to show up. So let's do a final recap. This is one of the end game goals for dedicated orgs, and will be your base of operations for system-wide activities. The station can be customized both in the interior and the exterior, meaning you can tailor it to your own requirements. And it's your very own home amongst the stars. But wait. But wait. There's one more unique module we can build.
Biodomes?
And that is the dry dock. This unique slot will be at the back of the station. It has its very own dedicated observation room with crafting stations, and has a transit tram which runs along the inside of the arms, leading to the docking collars where your ship will be constructed. So, the only question still remains: what sizes of ship can we build? Let's take a look.
Yeah, probably most sizes. You think so, Bengal?
I see. I think my translation is slightly further.
I'll just watch the end of the show.
I called it.
Ah.
They didn't forget about it.
That's great. I want to see the reaction.
Yep. So probably the restoration thing. Or you can just build them nowadays. Might also be possible.
I think it's not restoration, because when they talk about restoration, they will not you tow a Bengal out of the atmosphere. So yeah, probably building it yourself. This is cool as hell.
That's the beast for Test Squadron, obviously.
Yep, exactly. Well, I am not happy with how this is going on account of this being feature creep. Not feature creep, power creep, I mean. Oh, have a look, you can chuck several models together, that's good. Because, like, they said certain things in the past, and now they're like, oh yeah, by the way, here, build your Bengal.
Well, they talked about it a lot of years back. So that
Yeah,
was always the plan.
that the only way you could get a Bengal was finding one, and that Bengals are only for
Now we're
NPCs.
talking. Multiple
Yeah,
stations
but
linking.
after you find one, you need
dry
to
docks to
restore it.
craft
Yes,
your very
one
own
in the
whole
whole
ships.
yes,
The
one in the whole game.
ultimate
Okay,
end
well,
goal
if this
to
is
any
the
org.
one Bengal that can be found and that you can
So let's
refit,
take a step
awesome.
back.
Okay,
Well,
cool.
they didn't say one, they
Beginning of this
say
They
it would be
presentation,
extremely
explicitly
rare,
said
so
one.
3 types of
Explicitly
players,
one number
one
limited.
universe. And hopefully you can see we have purposeful gameplay
we'll have to
catering
look
to
into that.
each type of player. But that wasn't the only goal. It was to build a game that connected all 3 together cohesively. And this is where you come in. The community, the lifeblood of StarCitizen. Whether you're a PvE player delving for unique crafting blueprints, a non-combat player mining for high-quality resources or building a base with your friends, or a PvP player fighting for your org in station warfare to protect your base, each one of you supports each other.
If
You
you
need the
need all
blueprints
those
to craft,
relationships,
you
then
need
it
the
doesn't
resources
cater
to
to all
make them,
players, because some
and you need
players
the
don't
equipment
want
and
those
protection to be
relationships.
safe.
Yep.
This is what StarCitizen is. It's a universe that caters to all players. Now I could probably
Massive
go on for another 10
contradiction.
hours deep diving
Yep.
into each system. But I do Jared out of a job, and he needs future ISCs and SC Lives and CitizenCons. Today was to reaffirm what type of game we are making. And I hope you continue to come with us on this journey as we march towards StarCitizen 1.0.
Yeah, also I wonder how that factors in what they said yesterday, that they that you can only be part of one guild as an organization. So if you can be part of only one guild, how do you, for example, acquire the blueprints for well, whatever ship, combat ship, you know?
We're going to ad-lib a bit.
I'm here.
Did you see mining was in 2 guilds?
LTI is warranty and insurance. That's what you're going to get.
No.
I've got my thing on there, Welcome, Chris Roberts.
There's some weird things.
Yeah, ahead of schedule.
Yeah. I was going
1:30.
I don't know. You don't need this, right?
Well, then they're going to scroll it. Well, thanks, Rich. Rich, Dave, and Ian. I hope you guys and girls loved what you saw there. It's having a definitive line in this is incredibly empowering for the whole team, and I think for all of you guys in the community. As I said, introducing the presentation, we will never stop growing StarCitizen, even past 1.0. And part of what makes StarCitizen so special is the symbiotic relationship between you guys, the community, and us, the developers. And I know I could be accused of feature creep, but you only need to look at Spectrum, Reddit, and Discord to see countless great ideas and suggestions that come from people playing a live alpha and seeing areas that the game can grow and improve. And often we take these on board because they will make the game better. And in some ways, while you could say StarCitizen is a Chris Roberts game, I would say it's all our game. The developers, the community, building the game, we're all building this dream game together. And I think that's what makes it special. I think that's why you guys and girls have been here for as long as you have and have supported us through thick and thin, because we're doing something together. And I don't think in almost any other game you have the opportunity to be involved at that level and have your voices heard and impact what we do. Because, you know, occasionally we'll do things and you guys are like, no, that sucks. And we're like, yeah, you're right, we'll change it. And also, like I said, we definitely read and look and hear all the stuff that you write. Some of it may not be so nice, but a lot of it is really great, and we take it aboard because we're just trying to build this amazing universe for us all to live in together. So what defining 1.0 does, though, for us is give us a finish line in terms of feature and content we are committed to delivering for when your life in the verse becomes truly persistent, your gameplay to progress your reputation, the money you earn, the material possessions you collect and earn will persist even as we deliver more content and features. And I think that's incredibly important for really finally being able to fully commit and not just go, okay, well, I'll play for a while until the next patch comes out. And it's also a game for a market for the game to be more stable, well optimized, and incredibly friendly for new players as well as experienced ones, which I think all you guys are. But that'll only be the start of our journey together, because the vision of StarCitizen is a game that has no sunset, one that will continually grow with new content and features. We'll always make sure we're on the cutting edge of new technology. We'll never be outdated. I know I occasionally see that, whoa, in so many years you guys will be out of date. But as you can see by our constant presentations, we're always looking to make whatever we can do, whether it's the visuals, the audio, various ways to make the gameplay better. That's something we will always be working on. So we'll always keep the game at the bleeding edge of graphics, sound, physics, and yes, we'll support VR, and we actually have some of that in the background we're doing, how we get stuff. So I hope you've enjoyed this year's CitizenCon. We demoed a small prologue that opens Squadron 42 live, with a few crashes to prove it. As I said, there's a really great full playthrough, no crashes, that Rich did immediately afterward that's up on YouTube. And we've given a date to finally deliver the spiritual successor to Wing Commander that the team and I feel comfortable in hitting. We've defined what StarCitizen 1.0 will be and shown features such as base building and monster hunting that will be delivering the next 12 to 18 months. 4.0 and server meshing and Pyro is coming at the end of this year. We're already in Evercati on 4.0. I think some people have been streaming some stuff. And in coming weeks, we'll continually stabilize and improve the experience as it moves into PTU and then goes to live. With this, we will have delivered the majority of what we showed last year at CitizenCon, with the remaining features coming early next year. And there are over 1,000 people committed, 1,000 people at CAG committed to bringing you all this and more. We love what we do, and we're inspired by your passion and support. We know that we are truly lucky to have such a strong community that shares the passion and dreams we do. You allow us a privilege almost no other developer has, the ability to dream and reach for the stars. And I truly mean that, because as a developer, it's very unusual to be able to build a game of the ambition that StarCitizen is and Squadron 42 is, and that's all down to you guys and girls. So thank you very, very much. And then over this past year, an incredibly passionate group of people have worked behind the scenes to bring this weekend's event to life. And I want to take a moment to thank Leah and Ed, Tyler, Jared, Kat, and so many others have poured their hearts into making this weekend special for all of you. And a huge thanks goes out to our presenters and teams supporting them, whether they're here with us today or watching from one of our other studios around the world. In the words of Admiral Bishop, I'm proud to stand with our teams and everyone that put this show together. And all of the CAG staff working on the show floor, your hard work ensures everything runs smooth and keeps the energy alive throughout the event. And finally, a heartfelt thanks to the community members who volunteered their time to run this year's show. None of this would be possible without their dedication and support. I thank all of you very, very much. And, you know, many of us in the team are going to, myself included, are going to head down the road to the Factory International for the Enter the Atmosphere event that Atmos is doing. So I hope a fair number of you will manage to make it over there. There'll be a whole night of racing and esports, a bonus developer panel with Yogi Klatt and Richard Towler, which I think are, as always, they're good panels. And with that, Citizen 2954 comes to a close. I hope you enjoyed what you saw, made new friends, reunited with old ones, and marveled at the creativity on display at the community booth, which was pretty awesome to see. And, you know, CitizenCon always underlines what makes Star Citizen special. So that's you. You guys here coming together, supporting, watching, giving us, the team, the energy to make this game. So thank you. And we'll see you in the verse.
So that's that, I'd say.
Yeah, that's that for another year, definitely.
Any thoughts?
Many.
Many, okay.
They need to launch a Q&A. They need to explain this whole shards, how do shards and space stations work together. I mean, they've never even answered the basic question of whether shards cross regions. Yeah, there's just a massive amount of questions, I think. I don't like the way it's gone the way of Rust, in that, yeah, you get a major Zerg base there, and everybody on that shard or whatever is just going to get stomped by sounds of it, like, you know? Yeah. Yeah. But I guess that's if you're in a lawless system, I suppose. I guess that's where if you're smaller and you don't want to get stomped like that, you set up little tiny bases on Pyro and hope you don't get discovered. Maybe. I don't know. If you look at it in terms of someone buying the game, right, there's a certain amount of gameplay you get, and the fact is now that if you join an org-like test, right, which is probably an easy org to join, they've probably got zillions of people joining every day, right, that you're going to get more gameplay, and effectively you're getting more for you buying the game. You know, you have to buy into the game with a pledge, right? It's not like just buying, so it's now a really weird situation, and where regions come into that, like orcs are going to play in certain regions, and you've got the lag, you know, the response time and everything, and then they've got gameplay which is areas which are just going to be dominated by huge orgs. Are those orgs actually individual orgs, or are they alliances? Probably the only way to solve this space station thing is to allow alliances to run space stations. I think that's what they were talking about, where they were talking about permissions. Like, they did the same yesterday, didn't they? When they were talking about the org stuff, they said you could have people you're aligned with through your org page as well, so maybe that's how it would work. As long as they give you permission to be on their station, that's how it works, maybe. Yeah.
To all the haters, I would like to simply say, eat my
Nice one.
This is the Citizen Con that I have hoped for, where it's like, hey, clearly we've changed.
Yep.
Here's our direction. Here's how we're doing it. And we've already proved to you that we're making it.
Yeah,
You've actually gone down the route of making it an MMO now. See all the new resources as well in the base. There was things like bioplastic and things like that, so...
This is so... I say that almost every year with this game. But, like, every year it's more and more and more and more. Like, it just... I think I just said this in Burke's chat, but the game had, at a point, although he kind of explained it... yeah. It had struggles, but to know that, like, I always said, and I have kept telling people about, like, they got a bunch of money in 2012 at that campaign. They could do something better and bigger, and everything has been to build up to that. His words is vindication that I cannot even explain. Does it excuse it? Not really. There's obviously some shit to it. They lost a lawsuit, and sure. But that's why I stuck with it. Because that's what I believed all those years ago was why they did what they did. And it's why I signed on and specifically bought an R7, or no, sorry, an R9 270X graphics card so that I could get that AMD bundle.
Oh, yeah.
Mustang Omega. And I was talking to my friend, like my IRL friend, one of my IRL best friends. And it's kind of funny how it's come full circle, because back then the only thing you had was instance hangers. Single instance, you and your hanger, and all these hanger decorations. The first thing I bought. So I had gotten the game for free 1 month after getting the game. So I activated my account December 31st, 2014, which is funny. I like that. I really like that date because it's like, oh yeah, just before the new year. And yeah, it's everything I could have imagined.
When do you think all this is coming to the game?
Hey, just another question. Where they talked about insurance, where you brought the shipping game, it sounds like there's no option to pay in-game money for insurance. Was that
yes, there is.
There is? Oh, okay, I missed that then.
Because what it means now is, I had this discussion with someone too, a debate. I remember I had a fierce debate because they didn't have the warranty bit, and I just said they're missing something. They'll add another system. Is literally my exact quote. And don't believe me on that, honestly. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter if you take my word for that or not. I don't have objective proof of that, and it upsets me now. To a large degree, because I'm like, why didn't I make a fucking Spectrum post for all of these thoughts that I had, and then I could point people to it and be like, look, I posted and thought this, right? But yep. Anyway, I was like, yeah, they'll have to separate it, and they were very adamant that because CIG is quote scummy or whatever, or like they have a history of scamming or whatever, like deceiving people was kind of their implication or whatever. And they had objective evidence, which was the lawsuit that they lost and the fact that they pivoted, right? That was objectively lying, right? When you made a Kickstarter, you lied to people. You did it. You did it for what I think is a good reason. For other people, it's not, probably, right?
Could you please repeat that thing? Because like my internet cut out for a second, and I think that argument is rather important to not have cut out. So what was he lying about?
Did you lose off about?
Huh? No, could you repeat the whole sentence or two? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my internet this second, so...
Sorry. Yeah, I had a discussion with someone in a
yeah, that I got. But what was the what was their supposed argument?
Their argument was it was going to be like EVE Online.
Yeah.
Where you purchase a ship. They said that you like they kind of alluded that it wasn't going to be all catch all, right? It was missing something. It was missing a piece. And so because of that, he just, speculated, hey, they'll probably just do it like this because this way they can keep charging people money to get ships and stuff. And I have always said when the game goes into like a 1.0 release, the pledge store is going down.
Don't really?
Yeah, the pledge store is it's ships at least. I still think they're going to do things like armor and paints and shit, but it's not going to be a pledge anymore.
Yeah, indeed, that's what they long time ago they said that they would do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
With 1.0.
Because that's the point. And one of the other, this ties into the one of the biggest things that they said was they were trying to find a way to reward people that played the alpha. This is it. Because to play the alpha, you have to buy a ship, and buying a ship guarantees that you'll be able to claim that ship forever.
Yeah.
That is the reward for us playing, and I think that's fair.
Absolutely. I mean, we paid the whole thing, basically.
On that topic. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Another quick question on that topic then. They didn't mention, they said if you own the ship, you have that full insurance, right? If you purchase it in the store. That was
anything bought on the pledge store. Anything bought on the pledge store. So any ships bought on the pledge store have permanent warranty.
So
permanent. But then appropriate insurance.
But
yeah, like the appropriate insurance, that's the question mark that I have. Sorry, come again.
6 months and LTI then?
LTI means that you'll have permanent warranty and permanent insurance forever.
So
6 months. Let me finish. 6 months means you have permanent warranty, 6 months coverage of insurance that's purchasable in game.
Yep. And so warranty means you get the ship back, and insurance is component.
You're covered for that return.
Did you get the...
So if you
but the question is only the components,
for 6 months, but after that you won't. After 6 months, you'll have to purchase coverage insurance, which you'll probably be able to purchase you'll be able to purchase really high level. Like you'll probably be able to purchase 10-year insurance for something on a ship you want, right?
Yeah.
Or you'll be able to earn it. And then they also said that you'll be able to do transfer warranties, which means, and the reason that they're doing that is big, by the way, this is where it's going to get really fucky, is the fact that you will have people transfer their warranties to their bangles, and then their bangles are, I guess, insurable. We'll see if that works. Probably not. But also at the same time, like if an org gets to that point, why shouldn't they be rewarded, right? It's gonna create that EVE sort of like, well, yeah, like big orgs, Zerg orgs are gonna kind of be the winners for the most part. But as they point out,
exactly,
everything's so kind of expansive that it's not gonna matter, right? Like at the end of the day, you can kind of concentrate your gameplay. Like all this stuff is really dope to me, but I'm like, as an individual, it's foolish to me to think that like, I could do this, or like, no, like, I'm gonna witness somebody do this. I'm gonna witness orcs do this. But like, you gotta be batshit insane. Well, you gotta actually have like credible, real life experience, basically, or you're gonna fall. Those orgs that don't are gonna fall apart or not just do as good. Like literally.
Let's have a look at Fury for a second.
Are gonna do really good here, but it's fine. Makes sense.
But let's continue this discussion. Let's continue this discussion in a moment. But for now, we've got a Fury also here.
Hi guys. Yeah, just on
hey,
that,
Fury.
I don't know if you've like sort of talked about it, but you know, you've got alliances as well. So I can see a lot of orgs kind of aligning themselves with, you know, so you'll get a lot of the smaller orgs who are probably not going to achieve, you know, that end-game content, but they may align themselves with a bigger org that can, you know, so then there might be a shared sort of existence and
which
cooperation.
Gets them access, right? So
yeah.
It's literally a setup for the guild really likes org X. Org X really loves Org Y, and Org Y really likes YZ. So Org Z, certain members of YZ will get access all the way back up to X.
Yeah, what I hold
Networking
there
is
in
gonna
that
be
case,
an important aspect of this game.
Bash.
Yeah, definitely.
What I hold there is that, in my opinion, it is because of those Zerg orcs. It is a very big mistake to give players the ability to craft ships, especially the big ones, because that is the one draining component that forces organizations to be, at least in some places, friendly with the NPCs, because otherwise you can not get your ships back after they got destroyed, right? And if you can now craft them yourself, that means you can do all the shit you want. You can be hostile to all NPC factions and have no repercussions. And that is the Zerg orcs we do not want. And that is why I hold ship crafting must not be for players.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
So here's the thing.
Consider Zerg
No
orcs.
empire
Absolutely,
has
doesn't
lasted
absolutely not.
forever.
Well, in
telling
EVE
you,
Online,
it
they outlasted the game.
Sure.
Yeah, well,
But as Chris
that's
Roberts
basically
says,
forever.
Technically speaking, this is a keep going game. This is like, as we keep playing, they'll keep doing it. And
Yeah, but
we'll
they
see.
shut
Go a
down
couple
EVE.
decades and that,
Yeah,
that shit
only
happens. Like,
if people
power
only if
dynamics
people
change,
play it.
Orgs collapse.
No, only
Yeah,
if people play it. If there's people stop playing EVE Online in masses because of those Zerg orcs. So you have to prevent that kind of gameplay in the first place. Otherwise, you don't have a game for long.
But there's so much literal physical separation here that because this is on such a large scale, like Zerg orgs aren't gonna know about the little rats in the sewers on Area 18. Like they're like, you know what I mean? Like there's gonna be so much escape, so much things, and again, 1.0 is only those systems, and again, it's genius. They need to commit to something, but again, they're doing this again, where it's another bound, right? Where here's the shiny 1.0, here's what we're going to deliver, but really it's another Hail Mary, where it's like, okay, we're going to build the MMO and build it to this degree so that we can also do some crazier shit, which
the thing is,
they'll commit to after 1.0 comes in, but they're just doing it to get you there.
Yeah,
but they're very hopeful on that. You're
while
going to be able to discover planets and solar systems
I
and
know.
inhabit that, and be all the fucking way out in the middle of fuck all nowhere.
Yes, but Vash, you see, you do have. No, I think I forgot my argument now. So yes, you do have a lot of space there, but for now only 5 systems, right? But they also will implement. They will also implement. Let me please finish. But they will also implement scanning abilities and whatnot. So yes, you may be out there somewhere and maybe rather alone in order to get away from everyone. But let's say you are doing a mining setup like in an asteroid belt away from everyone else. People will be able to scan you at some, well, considerable distance, especially with the big scanning ships. So there is not really that much hiding as we might hope to. I completely agree that the space is huge. You know, I studied physics. I know the numbers, but effectively they might be cutting down on that. And hey guys,
current, like that, we're talking the current thing is measured in astronomical units, dude. Like, there's like trillions of square kilometers in Stanton alone.
However,
Cryo is bigger, and then we have the next. I'm telling you.
Can we please table that discussion till later? Because I think Fury wants to show us things. Fury, do you want to show us things, or are you just discussing with us?
Well, no, we're heading to the Port Olisar model because we're having an Evo get together. So.
Oh, an avocado get together. Or you could just remain online and we say hello to the folks.
We've been told to amass at Port Olisar, which, you know.
Cool. Awesome.
That has,
awesome.
In fact, as I'm heading there, I'll switch.
Okay, perfect.
So,
everybody's gathered. There's a lot of us here. I mean, I think there's some devs mixed in as well, like, but. Anyway. In fact, I might as well. I'll stay on. I might as well.
Yeah, say hello to the guys. I mean, probably there's some of them, like, on our Discord.
I was just gonna say, Fury in Evo chat, Soul Crusher was saying that Evo should build a space station.
Oh yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, that's one thing I keep forgetting is Evo will be an org in the game, right?
Oh yeah, true. Here. Hey guys. I mean, most of the folks, or many of the folks, might be on the Avocado Discord. So.
Is Soul Crusher there at the event?
I've not. I don't fully know. You know, I don't think I've seen his face in animation. You know, you might see it sort of. Got a lot of people mingling. Yeah. Right, I'm gonna go anyway because I need to sort of try and, you know, get involved. But I'll catch you guys in a bit.
Okie dokie. If you find Will, say hello and get him on stream.
Yeah. All right, yeah, I'll try. All right, catch you in a bit.
Yep. Okie dokie. Well, back to the discussion then.
I would say the limiting factor for this Bengal and Zerg issue is just the resource demands for one, building the ship, then flying the ship because you need the crew members, and even if they implement NPCs, you'll have to pay the NPCs. So that's very cost intensive. Like one, maybe even if they can produce like 5 Bengals, they would need NPCs or a massive amount of players to even crew the ship properly. So I think.
But do you know how much? Do you know how much resources the stuff did cost in EVE Online? They tried that approach. That has been already tested, making things expensive. And for Zerg orgs, it does not matter. Not at all. They will always be the biggest, the ones with the most resources and whatnot. So you have to think outside of the box of resources. You have to really set hard limits that do not hurt small orgs, but stop Zerg orgs from just taking over.
Or maybe that's what CIG is planning for, like in lawless systems, that you just have to like adjust to these big orgs, and in lawful systems maybe they will be constantly attacked by the NPC security forces if they are too unlawful. You know, that's could also
yes,
be
in theory,
constant resource strain for them.
Might be, but also again, that has been done in EVE Online, and the Zerg orgs just managed to overwhelm the NPCs. However, I don't know if that would be possible in StarCitizen, because I presume the NPC bases will be indestructible and that kind of stuff, and they will continue shooting. But then yet again, as soon as you leave the base, if you suddenly get caught by people from a bad org, then you won't be at the base after a while, you know, like at some point there won't be anybody left at the base and they will just guard the entrances to the systems. And if there are 100 people 24/7 at the gate, at the entrances to a system, you don't break into that system anymore.
Yeah,
I mean, if you have a global org with, let's say, 30,000 people, you can really cut off a whole.
Yeah, then you can really do something. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's the
as you
fact
said,
for
you know-
test, by the way. I mean, I don't think test will go that way because I think Montoya is too, like, too down to the earth for that. But anyhow, let's say if another org like that would come up, that would be more nasty. Or if, I don't know, if Montoya has a stroke or something, they might be doing that kind of stuff, you know.
I mean, also what he said, like the system or the engine they are building, like monitors the game. So if there is like maybe, let me say, in the entrance to one system, maybe there is too much. Maybe then, like, let's say from Stanton to Pyro, on Pyro's side there is too much PvPing or player killing. Maybe then they will make an event where, like, from Stanton there will be like an NPC fleet going into Pyro to clear up the other end of the system, you know, to remove all those players. You know, maybe there could be something like that. Because the NPCs could actually have endless resources. They could just respawn, like the ship could just respawn it with no cost at all, and they just could keep on sending them until they like, and that would be like a resource drain for those big orgs because they would have to constantly build ships and claim ships, and they lose all their good components, which they have to go and either recraft or refind. So that could slow them down. On the other hand, again, but.
It
Like
could
the
also
lawless
just be
system,
fun
that could
for
be a
them.
problem.
It could also be fun for them, you
Yeah.
know, like doing that.
I'm sure.
So
I'm sure once you
that's
adapt
why I
that,
say
I'm
they.
sure it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why I say they have to put a hard stop to that. By the way, we lost Vash somehow. I think he wanted to partake in the discussion or not. Well, anyhow. Yeah, maybe.
I've got the dreaded 60,016 error, which locks you out of the game.
Yeah.
Great, let's have new ships, and a whole bunch of people are locked out.
I think everybody is too hyped now, and they're trying to log in.
Yeah,
You see
probably.
the warning they put on the launcher now?
Yeah.
Dude, it's flight ready. The new ship. The new ship is flight ready.
The Mist.
Yeah.
No, only one of them. Only one of the variants is flight ready. It's the Mist, the cargo version. That's one. That one is flight ready.
Yeah.
The tech isn't. The tech is the concept. Sorry.
Yeah. Starlance Max is the only one apparently. I could it's $28 war bond to turn my Taurus into one. There's no going back because my Taurus has got a token ship in it somewhere.
The only thing I still have not really got, even like how Vast explained it, is with this new or with the insurance system. Like, as I understood it from the video, insurance gives you back money, or does it give you back the ship? Because as how I understood it, if you have warranty, then you get your ship back. You got like insurance plus warranty, you get your ship back. If you only have insurance, then you get, because he mentioned something, you get back the credit value depending on the wear and tear, and only with warranty, which you can also earn in game, you get your ship back.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's like what on car insurance.
Yeah, I was watching it in Evo chat, and it was like people were like, they just mumbled through the LTI bit, like they need to answer some questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I like that you can transfer the warranty. That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you can transfer one warranty.
Made out of the LTI.
Certain warranties, yeah.
The uncertainty and the FOMO of LTI, how much money have they made out of it?
Yeah, but of course, I kind of like the idea that they gave that they made this system, because like it gives you, as somebody who has spent quite a few $100s on ships or euros on ships, it's like, okay, you know, you get at least something for it.
Well, they actually have to give those people that they have given LTI the actual LTI.
They have.
I mean, hashtag lawsuits and all. But that would be ample of those. Yeah, I hope that the LTI comes with the components. Like if you have an LTI on something, you definitely should get your components back, because like that's the status we have now. That's what the people pledged for, and also it's really fair because I mean, for the fuck, we paid for the whole thing. You know, like we paid hard for it compared to how easy those ships are achievable in game, accessible. So that's the least.
To me, honestly, it's fair for players who invested more, who spent money on the game, and those who want to go fully free to play, they have the option to like earn the warranty tickets. Like, you won't get an abundance of them, but you can get maybe a few, and you can transfer them every now and then. So you don't really miss out on anything.
Yep. But it sounds like part of it's going to be about time.
Yeah, of course, the whole game is going to be about time.
Yeah.
To be honest, the only thing that you get that helps you when you buy ships in the store is you save all that time racking up the cash to buy the ship or to craft the ship.
Yeah. But here's a question: does insurance give you back the tier 1 version of your ship?
I think it would just be the tier 1 version with the standard components.
Yeah, rather
I don't think
likely.
they would insure all the good stuff.
There's still going to be a lot of tiers then, right? Because if you've got your ship to, how many tiers are there? Just 5.
5, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I think losing tiers, especially if it's for a really dumb reason. Yeah.
Because that's also something which
Yeah.
I was questioning about, like, if you don't have like warranty, you just have insurance, you just get the value of your ship.
Yeah, it sounded like it. Yep. Well, actually, it wasn't even the value. It was minus wear and tear.
Yeah, minus wear and tear. Yes.
Sounds like less than the value. Yeah. It's almost like they're making it. They're gonna maybe do something and say, "Hey, the value's gonna go to 0 over a year or 6 months, and we'll give you back whatever fraction." You know, so if someone lost their ship twice in a day, they'd pretty much get all their money back. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to piss people off, right? Totally.
Yeah.
I mean, that's actually fair, because like Elite Dangerous gives just like 50% of the ship. Yeah, that's it.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
Because like if your ship blows up, and you want to reclaim it, you have to pay, I think, 50 or 30% of the actual price you bought it for.
Yep.
And that can be really expensive if you're not prepared.
Yeah. I think if you lost an in-game purchase ship and you'd managed to keep it for 6 months, you'd just say fair play, right? You know, like, yeah. But you don't want to piss people off with having lost the same ship twice in a week or something. Yeah. I think it's gonna be bad enough for when the game's live. Someone buys into the game, they have one ship, and I do like the fact they said to be like pretty much instant or something. People at least to get their starter ship back. But if they upgrade, they can't upgrade their starter ship once for version 1, right? That's it. Yeah, so they always are going to have a small ship. Yeah.
Getting the feeling that they get scammed, and they will release it in a month.
Well, it should end up in Evo testing.
The version is still in concept.
By the way, guys, a quick note. Yes. That was Edge actually CTDing, not CTDing, like completely freezing my system. Like Edge, great. Yep, the Edge browser.
What was freezing?
It completely froze my computer. Complete full stop. I don't know what ended up on stream or not.
StarCitizen.
No, not StarCitizen. Edge, the browser. So yeah.
It's a bad browser.
It definitely is.
And turn off acceleration on the browser. It's just used up resources, especially if a browser open while you're gaming.
Okay. Yeah, but then
it's 24.3. There you go. For the Starlancer Max. So we'll get to play it in Evo. I wonder if they'll give it to everyone in Evo or we'll have to buy it.
No, it's not an Arena Commander either.
Yeah. We need a 3.24.3 patch.
Yeah, I think that's coming with
It's very strange that they don't release the tech version of IE2. I mean, they showed that it's ready. Well, it's the same story with with the Zeus. I mean, the Zeus at least has some bounty functions that aren't ready.
Yes.
So I get that, but why the tech version? It's basically the same ship, just with two more.
I think they just want to release like the base model, the cargo version, to test the ship or so, and then maybe adjust the tech and the base building version accordingly. Still.
Yeah, well, the tech is just a.
It's just
it's a combat version.
But maybe this
have any outstanding features to, I don't know, not to be just put in the game.
Yeah, also I don't really get it because like there is no big difference from the tech to even the. Well, they said they had to redesign the interior a bit. Maybe that's why.
For the tech specifically?
Because they said the tech has they had to they gave it different compartments, so they had to redesign the interior. Maybe that's why it's still not yet ready. Somewhere in the video he mentioned, if you go back to the video and look at the presentation of the tech, they mentioned something about that.
Hey there.
Hey guys. I got my avocado pin.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I think it's basically ended now. It's wrapping up, but I thought I'd just float around and I don't know, maybe. I'm bad at recognizing people, so I might stick it on front of you, and then if you see somebody that I ought to be talking to, then you can let me know. So, this is where all the smokers congregate. I don't much partake. I don't see the need for cobble paving anymore. Stupid. Oh, it's actually quite a nice day now. The storm's like buggered off. Yeah, I don't know. I'll float around here. I'll see who comes out. Eyes peeled.
Yeah, sorry, I got my PC got frozen from Edge. I usually don't use Edge. I usually use well, another browser, and so yeah, it completely froze my setting, my setup. I mean, and it seems like Edge may have been the reason why I had trouble the whole day, like with my internet connection.
Microsoft turned into spammy load of
Yeah.
Use Brave browser.
Oh, that sun's actually very annoying. Might wander over here.
So the loaner for the Starlancer Max is a Freelancer Max.
Okay.
Okay.
I hope they change that when the Max will release at IE. The loaner for the tech will be the Max.
Yeah, I hope so.
Is the myth Freelancer Miss?
Yeah.
That is roundabout wrong.
When they release the Starlancer Max at the IE, I hope that the loaner for the tech version will.
Okay, yeah.
Like
but I think it will be because for the Zeus MR, the
yeah, as I'm saying, and knowing how CIG deals with loaners, I guess by IE will have 2 ships for the price of 1, both the Mac and the tech.
Yeah.
Because they forget to delete the loaners.
Completely possible, yeah.
2 ships for the price of 1, only in StarCitizen.
Yeah, sure.
and then people call it a scam.
Yeah. We'll scam you, but we'll do it in style.
Yeah, the reverse way around, you know, like we got reverse scammed.
Yeah. No. You see, StarCitizen is such a buggy game that even their scams are buggy.
I think they don't really know what they don't always know what they're doing. I think that's they're not trying to scam us.
Even know something that they're doing?
Well, you know, every now and then, every 2 years, something works out.
I mean, philosophically, do we even know ourselves what are we doing here?
Of course, we are dreaming.
No, I mean,
and hoping.
In this world, on this planet, what are we doing?
Yeah. Well, by the way, Fury is live again. Just so you know.
What is that?
I said you are live again. Manchester Central Convention, probably Center Complex.
They said that this convention is themed around the Bengal carrier. Was it really?
It didn't really feel that way.
Anything?
I mean, it had the Hornet in the space, but you know.
Yeah, but
besides that, yeah, it didn't really feel it. I don't know if they had, if they planned for it, but they didn't, manage it.
Planned for it. They told that the venue would be themed around the Bengal carrier.
Yeah, there was a lot of call-outs and a lot of like stuff like calling can somebody move their ship and all this stuff. I even heard one like a Moby glass has been found outside medical and all that stuff. But they did a lot to try and immerse you in the verse.
So is there a Star Wars convention on the other side or something?
A what?
Well, there was a Boba Fett walking by, so I was wondering if there's a Star Wars convention there as well.
No, he was there. No, he was there. He was
okay.
I don't know if he got confused.
He's waiting for the Star Wars mods to come.
Oh, we've got the Med Runners over there. Med Runners are coming out.
Oh wow. They actually have a faction that's like... Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw it on the stream, but I think Jared was going to walk in, but Med Runners gave him a lift instead. So he rode in with the Med Runners.
Mm-hmm.
which is kind of apt. You know, that's what they do. That's their style.
Yeah, maybe we should create an IMG t-shirt or something, like create an IMG merch store.
Oh, yeah.
Because, I mean, the Met Runners back there, I think you can see them, that's the pink folks, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Or red, whatever. Also, one has to note, it's not raining in Manchester. I mean, according to the ground, when you look at it, it has been raining half an hour ago, but...
Yeah, because we had the storm. The storm was passing sort of. I mean, it was out in the Atlantic. I think
Okay.
Northern Ireland and Scotland got
You don't
hammered by
understand.
it.
This also is a scam. Fury is a scam. This is a pavilion.
Yeah.
He's been hired by Chris Roberts himself. All those people walking around are actors.
Yeah.
We're in the Matrix.
Okay, so Manchester has half an hour of sunshine. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That will do that. That will increase the sun hours of Manchester for the next half year by double them. You know.
Yeah, you'll see today evening. You'll have the weather report. A catastrophic heat wave hit Manchester. Unseen high level of whatever temperature level.
Or maybe people will be like, "What is this big thing in the sky? We're scared."
We got some strategy.
Okie dokie. Yeah.
The thing is, I'm not keen on sort of approaching them because I'm not good with names.
That was the roleplay director guy, and the other dude was the Xi'an guy.
Say, hey, roleplay director guy.
Yeah, well, that's what I told you earlier. Just you give me a little bit of a warning, and I'll do the internet magic, you know, and then.
Okay, yeah, but I don't want to be like buffering, loading.
You could also just go in and say, hey, I like what you did with XYZ without mentioning the name.
I'm not good at that.
See, they're selling a twin pack with both Star Lancers.
Okay.
Oof. How much is that?
Why would you?
195.
195 for both?
Yeah, with 3 paints thrown in.
Oh, do you really need the combat version and the cargo
Wait,
version?
no, hold on. So what? Three? What? The Star Lancers?
Yeah. So the pack's got the TAC and the Max Star Lancer. So the
for 195.
For 495.
Oh, fine. That's that. Yeah, I'm definitely missing. And I was like, what?
No.
What is this? They're, you know.
Yeah.
Are they trying to lose money? What?
Yeah, and they put 3 paints in it. There appears to be 6 paints for those ships already.
Mm.
At least.
Do we know? So there's this event after this eSport event. Do we know how much the tickets are?
Can look it up, but I don't know.
If you could, I'm debating whether to go. I can still get
Is that
tickets.
Croncy's event?
Huh?
Is that Croncy's event?
I think it's an Atmo esports thing, I think.
That's it, yeah, Atmo esports.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that is Croncy.
I've got Reyes, yeah. The cool there.
So what I think happens with Edge, in different to other browsers, is because I'm streaming in a very high quality, so I'm hard uploading, and also like with all the downloads I need to do in order to mix the stuff and whatnot. My bandwidth, I think, is at a limit. So I think when Edge hits the limit of its bandwidth, it doing some like aggressive things that other browsers wouldn't do, and by that it ends connections of other things. Like that's why I dropped from Discord all the time. Like you maybe have heard this dudum 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 dudum. That's one thing, and the other thing is at some point obviously it crashed completely the system.
Every browser calls it something different, but if you turn off the acceleration,
Mhm.
it'll stop trying to use your GPU and encroaching on.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point.
Yeah, that's what I just did after you said that.
Acceleration run.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm for like watching videos and stuff. I'm okay with that acceleration because my GPU can do lots more than my CPU. So
yeah.
But for like I said, I don't have any accounts on Edge or whatever, so I only use it to have a dedicated input for streaming purposes. You know, that I can have something different than all my other stuff that I can just show. And have different audio inputs, outputs, that kind of stuff. So that's it, doing really nice. But there's Comlink. Yeah, because the output differentiation is really a problem, right? Because I want to mix obviously the sound of like for example the CitizenCon or whoever, or like for example the audio stream that's currently running. Obviously I want to mix that differently than you guys. So yeah, or differently than other stuff in other browsers. So
is that Oztech just next to you, Fury, leaning on the rail?
Is that what? Sorry.
To your right, is that Oztech right there?
Oztech?
Straight ahead. Yeah.
The guy leaning on his phone?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not even sure who.
If it is, he's part of that event.
Oh, what, the Atmo event?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Don't know if it looks like it's the bed fits, but no, if it's that. Sure, it looks like him on the side.
Oh, that's a cool hat.
So I found the CitizenCon thing again. Enter atmosphere, yeah. Yada yada yada. Learn more at. Okay.
This guy's chilling.
So who was saying the other day they were locked out with the 60014 error? One of you guys in your org was saying.
Good show.
Wondering if they got back in. But are people
Oh no, these guys are racist.
Oh yeah.
So schedule like at in 1.5 hours they're opening the doors. General admission.
CIG's officers that they're doing the event, is it?
No, it's not. It's some other folks.
It is because they got to clear this venue out by 2 a.m. right? Someone was saying
2:30.
They're part of the crew.
When you closes 2:30 local time. Okay,
Yeah.
when I go to purchase
that
tickets.
gives them less than 12 hours to clear it. Then someone's got it for a concert or something.
Okay.
Yeah. Their rental runs out.
Ticket Taylor.
Hey, Fury, how did people take all the new stuff? Did you get any opinions? What did people think?
No, I mean we were. I think we were just hyped. It was generally. No, there was a few moments actually where there's a moment where they were sort of selling 1.0 as you know, free of bugs. Everybody was just scoffing. You know, so like, oh, then we'll continue to add more features. Well, yeah, what happens when you add more features? And this isn't just CIG. This is anywhere you add new features, you introduce more bugs. So, you know, you can't really just say that there'll be no bugs. There'll always be bugs.
Yeah.
What you've got to say is, we'll be in a much more stable environment where we can squash any bugs that arise quickly, you know, and we won't leave them there for, you know, years. That's the sort of language I'd expect. But yeah.
So the VIP tickets are sold out, and the general ticket is I think £54.
Yeah, I don't know if I can.
So like
I mean,
that's it's actually 45 plus £9 booking fee. I don't know if that applies if you're like on foot as well.
Okay, right. Where I'll tell you what. Actually, this might be fun, right? Can somebody get on Google Street View or Google Maps and direct me to this place?
Yeah, that could have been your conversation opener with the CIG guy. Where's the office?
Is it at the office?
I have no idea where actually it is. Wait a moment. This off-site event requires a separate ticket. Learn more at ... there. Okay. Is it Enter Atmosphere? Yes, it's Enter Atmosphere. It is Sunday. Aviva Studios. Atmo Esports. So, okay, it's today at Aviva Studios M3 and something.
Okay. So find out on that.
Yeah, well, they actually have a map. Actually have a map on the bottom of their website.
All right. Okay. So yeah. So cross-reference it and then tell me where to walk.
No, I actually have to leave you guys now. It's getting late for me. Is M3 4JQ? Is that an address?
Yeah. That's a postcode. Like
Okay.
Or whatever codes.
Well, I can. Wait a moment. I can do you one better. I can put that into. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'll open the thing on Google Maps. They have Aviva Studios, home of Factory International. Is that the right address? Oh yeah, that looks like the same address. Okay, good.
And some people walking over here. Follow them until it's clear they're not going to that place. Maybe.
Have a look. I can share it. I can copy the link here, and I paste it to you here on Discord, and then you can open it on your phone.
Somebody. Well, I'm streaming. Come on.
Oh well.
Play along. Can somebody direct me? I mean, I'm pushing this game on people, and they might not want to play it. I just think it might be interesting to do some directions and get me lost.
Yeah, wait a moment. First of all, I need to know where you are, obviously. I mean, for the fun of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so, where is it? On the convention center, yeah?
Yeah. So I'm outside the immediate front of it.
Well, Manchester Convention Center, I guess.
And there's a lot of people walking this way, so that might be a sign. Is it this way to the Atmo thing? You don't know? Okay. Okay, alright, you're not going now. Alright.
I think I got you. Okay. It's, by the way, half an hour to walk, just so you know.
Is that half an hour to walk?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's still... Are you guys going Atmo? No, we're not doing Atmo. There's lots of people going drinking. Well, I'm driving.
Well, you're in the UK. That's somewhat expected.
It's really not.
No, is it not? So I have to find. Stay where you are. So I found the convention center, yes, but I have not found that big circle you're standing at yet, and I have not found the green building where you're standing close to yet.
Okay, so you might be on the other side of it.
Yeah, maybe.
Because I'm at the front of it, so if you look at it, it should be a big sort of rectangular thing, and you might be at one end. I'm at the other.
Okay, I got a proper overview now. Where's the stupid convention center?
What was the postcode again, Clyde?
It is everyone wants something different from me. It's like a little bit bottleneck here.
Yeah.
Aviva Studios M3 4JQ.
Cool. Manchester. Right, got that.
So, Manchester Conference Center. Maybe it's not the Conference Center. Is it the Conference Center that you're at?
Manchester Central.
Manchester Central Convention Complex, if you're looking for it.
Okay, maybe I'm the wrong place. Manchester Central Convention Complex. Yeah, perfect, I got it. Yeah, it's much closer. It's just 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Good. That sounds better.
And I think I also found the big round thingy on the ground. Yes, I did.
Yeah.
So,
right,
great.
yeah.
You're right at it?
Okay, so where?
Wait a moment. Oh yeah, that's the right thingy. Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. I need to drop a little man. Okay, turn around. Okay, that's where you're standing. Great. Technology.
Very.
Okay, so
Yeah, right.
where?
Hello, route. It hit my route now. You should walk left, I think.
That way?
Should you?
Yeah, I think there's.
No, it's the longer route. The dotted route for people on foot is the other way. Yeah.
Which
Walk
way?
right.
That
Walk
way?
right. Yes.
That way. Yeah.
And it seems like you should go to the other side of the street-ish. No, you don't have to, do you?
The center?
Yeah, just continue walking there. You should get somewhere to the right, on the behind this big convention center building there.
Oh, if you're going on the railway tracks, I can't tell.
Yeah, I'm not walking on those.
No, I
Yeah,
can't
you
tell if
should
the
take the
tram
stairs
line's
downwards. Stairs down.
What,
There's
down
some.
there?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I think so.
Isn't he just going to end up walking under the road? No.
I hope so, at least.
Okay.
Maybe not.
This looks very public.
No, maybe
looks
not.
safe.
Yeah. No, you have to pass the. You have to look to your right. Look to your right.
I have to go for it.
No, look right. No, you don't. Not necessarily. I'm not sure. Look up. Look up. Look up. So you have to pass that big building, and then you go right.
All right. Yeah. So I need to. Yeah. So I was. Yeah. Okay. I'll back up here. I just need to be on that road there, basically.
Yeah, that could be possible.
Got a few of these jackets here.
You need to go into Nav QT mode.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Lynn Drive.
You can't, you're in the atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, guys, I would route myself, but I haven't got a ship. So I'm not allowed to do that. The Q2 is the Moby Glass won't let me.
Just go to the convention and steal the Hornet. Then you can fly around.
Yeah, right.
the opposite, yeah,
Or you
that's
can
fine. I should just take the
you can
Hornet.
mark up your target then, yeah, with a Hornet.
Just spiky stick in the ground. Awesome shit. You're not lost, you're here. Unless you can pick that up.
So, by the way, to your right, you see the Tower of Light.
That one?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's the Tower of Light. Yes, it's a big thingy there.
Oh, okay. We're all learning.
It's part of the Manchester Civic heat distribution network.
Quarter heat network. It's here.
Yeah, exactly, right? So,
Yeah. There we go.
teaching people things.
I didn't know that this would turn into a sightseeing tour.
Remote travel advisor.
At least I'll get to see Manchester without leaving my home.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Got a nice mix of architecture here. Got that horrible iron thing down there. We've got this meh brick building here, and then
And the Britain's Protection, which is a bar that that will be closing tonight at 2300. Well, my time, so
okay, thanks.
midnight. Yeah.
That's useful info. Well, I think these.
Yes, you have to go underneath the bridge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, you now follow that road for like, I don't know,
The yellow brick road.
maybe a kilometer. Yeah, the road you're currently on, it's basically going straight down till the river Irewell. But like 100 meters before the Irewell, you turn to the right.
Okay.
And yeah, there should be some futuristic building to your right then called Aviva Studios, home of Factory International.
I think it's pretty much where I parked.
Ah, okay. Yeah, well,
It's
perfect.
right on where I parked. So because we've got that NCP, National Car Parking bollocks thing. Costs a lot of money. It nearly costs as much as my accommodation.
Oh wow. Okay, that is fucking expensive.
Yep. But it's still combined cheaper than a hotel, so I got an Airbnb.
Really? Oh my goodness. Yep. Continue walking straight. And yep.
It's quite windy. Yes, I'm parked in there somewhere.
Ah, okay. Yeah, no, it's still quite a way to go then. So I think someone needs to take over directing Fury, because I really have to leave. But I could leave the stream running for like another hour or something. So you can show the folks around on the convention center.
Just have to quickly look where he is.
So I'm going up on.
I can.
Coming up on Bean's Gate.
Yeah. He is at the corner Liverpool Road A614 whatever. Actually, I can send you a Google link, right? What's here? Share. Wait a moment. I'm copying. I'm copying you to. I'm coming to you where he is. Potato, you want to guide him, right? Here's the link.
Okay, yeah.
There's the link. That's where he currently. Well, he passed, I think. Did you make a like 20 meters left step when you got to that red building? I didn't watch.
I don't think I did.
Um,
I think there's a group of guys that are going and they're pointing this way. So maybe. Are you guys going that move? Esports thing? Okay.
Actually, nope. You went the wrong direction. Go back. Go back.
Wrong direction.
Yeah, I went back in the stream. You know, like, and you turned the corner where you should have gotten straight.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to side?
The wrong people.
Yes. Maybe ask first before you follow them. So you see, you want to go there, around the corner to your, in the right of the screen. Yeah, you want to cross the street there. Yes, you want to cross the street there and then continue walking.
Okay. This is actually very close to where my Airbnb was.
Oh, nice. Could you quickly turn around again? I missed you, like, turning your corner. Yeah, turn around. No, just saw the phone, you know, like, I need to see where you went, sorry. Okay, I shouldn't be distracted, maybe. Yeah, that looks good. Perfect, that looks good. Yeah, you're on the right way.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah, straight, exactly.
That's a telephone box.
Yeah.
Well, smells like urine.
Well, they should have turned the telephone boxes into public toilets. They have been anyway already.
I mean, they pretty much are.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So, have you found Potato? Have you found him? Do you know where he's walking now? And where he's got to get to? Or whoever is willing to guide him. Guys? Guys?
Oh, sorry, my mic was off. Sorry. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I can guide him there, no problem. I just need to enter the location where he needs to go. Where is it?
So I'm coming up to the Science Industry Museum.
Okay, just stop working for a second. You just need to enter the destination.
So the location where he wants to is this one.
Oh.
Were you putting the links in?
I've sent it to him directly, but I can put him here in the chat as well. Therefore, I have to find the chat. That's where he wants to go. That's where he wants to go. And that's where he was a minute ago.
Okay, so go up here. Okay, now you said you are where?
Outside the White Lion.
White Lion. Okay, let me just check.
Well, in a beer pub. Doesn't always have the right branding.
White Lion, Manchester, Liverpool Road. Yeah, you're 8 minutes away. You just keep on. Wait. Yeah, you just keep on going straight forward.
Okay.
Follow the road.
Okay. Oh, there's a blue post box.
Yeah, you're on the right way. Blue post box. Yeah, you're on the right way. Just keep going ahead. There should be like a building with. Yeah, that's the right building.
And in 100 meters, or no, in like 500 meters, the big road makes a turn to the left, and that's where you go right. So, guys, with that, I will be leaving you. I leave the stream running as it is. I mute myself, and you have fun. And in an hour or something, I might be back for a few minutes, and then I'll have to shut down the stuff.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Cheers, guys.
Just follow the road. Just follow the road ahead.
Just keep in mind you're live on YouTube, so maybe Keep in mind you're live, guys. Keep in mind you're live on YouTube, so everyone coming in, tell them that they're live on YouTube. Yeah. And yeah. Okie dokie.
Oh, come on. Everybody would think these roads are for
You
cars.
can also cross the road and take it's no problem.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. That pavement's dug up.
Yeah, just keep going straight ahead. Like.
Okay.
Yeah. You're going to have to follow this road for another maybe 6 minutes or so.
That's it.
Yeah, so this is the museum.
Got the Science and Industry Museum there.
Mm-hmm.
Got Puddle.
It looks rather like a railway, but okay. And you should be seeing on your roads, on your side of the road, you should be seeing Sapporo, or what's it called? There should be a Sapporo. Or a Rump and Rib Steakhouse.
Rump and Ribs?
Yeah, that's the one. And further ahead should be a Sapporo. I don't know what that is. Maybe something Japanese.
Oh, we got Agfars there.
No, it's still a bit further. It's like. Yeah, I think somewhere here it should be Sapporo. What's the name?
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Sapporo Teppanyaki.
Yeah.
Sushi and noodle bar.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you still have quite the walk ahead of you, but you're like 2/3 there.
Okay, I'm against. I don't know if you can hear the wind on the mic, but it's picking up here. We got the Castlefield Hotel and the club.
Harrier's Running Club should be around the left side. This should be the Harrier's Running Club.
There's the little dock there.
Even boats are Harriers.
$1830 station. I'm gonna guess that was a train station in 1830, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, that was it. It should, because like in the satellite look, they have railways going into that area.
Okay, yeah.
Now you should be getting close to a Pixel 8 bar, if I'm not wrong. Whatever that is. Coffee shop.
See what they're doing there. Pixel 8. Okay, going to the bridge.
You just keep going further ahead.
Okay. So it goes. So it looks like it turns left. There's a bend.
There should be something what we call there's a bend in the road at the end. I think then you're at the that's the crossing. And here you go right, so you can actually cross over to the right side.
Okay.
If it's safe.
So that way, yeah. Okay. I'll best do it in the corner so that.
Yeah.
See what's coming.
Okay.
Don't want to be
Stop.
squashed
Now
on
you have to go. Now you stop here.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah,
And then you have to
I'll go
enter there somewhere. Yeah. Mm.
Okay, let's have a look. So I'll get yeah.
Oh. Right. Yeah, and then you have to. Yes, you have to follow this road. Your camera is looking at right now. Because you should be now on Water Street.
Water Street. That's one. Yeah. Interesting.
And there's a bridge above you. Yep, 2 bridges. This one is a railway bridge, and the other one further in the back is a skywalk.
Okay.
Or is it more for? No, I think it's for. I don't even know what it is. Maybe it's for animals to cross. No clue. Because there are no stairs up there. I think it's just for.
Okay, so I'm just walking through this, yeah?
Yeah, you just walk underneath it, and then you just keep on further ahead, just keep on going straight, and the entrance should be somewhere underneath this big white structure.
What, somewhere in here?
Yeah, it should be, the entrance should be somewhere underneath here. Like, because this is the AVS Studio.
Studio rear entrance.
Yes. We made it.
Windy. We made it. Yeah, just guys with that logo. Just there. Oh, alright, I'll check.
Hey,
Quick question. They showed us what's this? This 4-wheel drive, with the 4 SEU of cargo space at CitizenCon, and they said it's in game. Or maybe did I misunderstood something?
hey, Clyde's on Mike's calling, Mike and Level Cap's calling, right? Is that where he's gone?
I don't know. I think maybe he just has, maybe inside there's a bad internet connection the moment he entered the building.
Okay, I guess. Yeah, there's no internet in that. No. Right, so the event starts at 4, so I thought it was going to be much sooner.
At 4? No, 3 minutes.
No, 4 o'clock my time.
Oh, okay.
An hour away. I'm not going to have the time, so if I figured if it was relatively soon, I could spend an hour there. But if it starts at 4 o'clock UK time, then that presents a problem, because I need to be starting to head back. So,
I see.
Okay. So, alright, well, I guess you guys get to watch me walk back to my car. Taking more of the sights, if that interests you. I've got a vague idea of where I need to go now. So just walk and talk.
You need a
yeah,
guide?
so
Go on. No, I think I've got a general idea of the direction, so I'll be able to make it back. So yeah, how far off do we think the? Well, I mean, when do we think we'll get 1.0?
1.0?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'd say maybe 6 years, mostly
6.
6 years. Let's say mostly 6 years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's quite a lot. It's quite a lot, and
It's a lot because I initially before they showed us how ambitious they were with this, I was kind of wondering, you know, if we get 1.0 at the time that Squadron releases. You know, I kind of felt like that would make sense. But that was when I, you know, thought 1.0 was just going to be a vaguely more polished version of 4.0, right? But then they did it again. They've set the bar very, 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 very high.
Well, to be honest, my first and initial thought was, okay, with all this they are showing, and the base building and space-based building and all that, I would say I'll give them another 10 years or 12 years.
There is, I mean, one thing to sort of consider is, you know, they are rounding out Squadron. They've also learned a lot with Squadron.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's, you know, with this whole story thing.
Yeah.
It's not like they're starting from scratch. It's not like they're starting from a position where they're exploring it, trying to work it out. They already know how to do it. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be in the next year or two, but yeah, I'm kind of feeling like it wouldn't be far beyond that. I mean, all we can go on really is everything we've experienced up to now, right? Which, you know.
I mean, it depends. They say they want to implement base building during the next year, and that's not because how they presented it. Base building is not so far away from the space-based building, you know, for the how they showed it.
And I think the point is, right, so that, you know, they said everything we want in 1.0. I don't think that necessarily means that all of that comes in 4.0. It means it has to be in. To be, you know, so that they can call it 1.0. If you see what I mean. So elements of it could actually come in patches up to 1.0. So we could get like a tier 0 of construction where we've got the trolley. And we do the smaller outposts, you know. And then they build it up in further patches, and then it might be that we get the bigger builds in 1.0, but we've already tested the smaller stuff.
Yep. Because they still owe us bounty hunting.
Yeah. I'm telling you, I'm surprised. I mean, yeah, they. It's clearly planned, but I'm surprised they haven't really showed us anything recent. You know, they're clearly sort of like, you know, prioritized other stuff. But I mean, it doesn't feel like it was long ago that they were showing us the white box for the you know, the processing, you know, the bounty processing centers, whatever we call them. You know, where pushing the box, which would be, you know, a hover trolley containing the, you know, the bounty, and then putting it in a chute and stuff.
Yep.
So you know, they've definitely been working on it, but yeah, maybe they just
priority at the moment, yeah. Or maybe it's not that resource intensive that they can just, you know, like push it in during next year somewhere during the base building patches. They can just add bounty at some point or so.
Yeah. Crossing here because there's
is the pavement dug up.
Oh, there is one question. There was a vehicle, you know, they showed this 4-wheel drive which has 4 SEU of cargo space.
Oh yeah. That's coming in. It's coming soon. That.
Yeah, because I thought they said you can already drive it, and I was a bit astonished because.
Oh yeah, no, actually, yeah, they said it's in, didn't they?
I think they said it. They said it's like,
Yeah,
you can drive it. I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
People have posted.
And it'll be the
already. People have brought it and they're driving it.
Really? Okay. In game?
Yeah, have a look at Evo chat.
Okay.
Chris has brought one. He put up a couple of pictures.
Okay.
Oh, nice. I mean, you know, still fairly useless right now.
Yeah, but I was just astonished.
So guys, by the way, I came back for a moment because I because I thought before Fury doxes himself with his license plate,
I think they were. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Oh yeah, I guess did you hear that? Yeah, it's not starting until the next hour, and
yeah, I heard that.
Time, so
yeah,
probably not worth 45 pounds for 10 minutes of content.
Oh yeah, I see.
Hey Clyde, you were just on Mike and Nibblecap's call on, weren't you?
Who? What?
Were you just on Salty Mike and Nibblecap's call on?
No. Well, not at least I know of.
Oh, it sounded exactly like you. Oh,
okay.
What a coincidence.
No, we're not that big that the bigger streamers would be calling us or something.
Yeah, no.
So yeah.
Yeah.
But well, actually, I find the nice sunny views of Manchester a good wrap up for the CitizenCon.
Yeah, it's nice sort of gentle content.
Yeah.
For you guys.
So I'd say the CitizenCon was, well, aside from the puddles, the CitizenCon was as expected. Some interesting new things. And some, classical promises. Is that the right word? Yeah, so some classical. Yeah.
I got a bit carried away.
Yeah. So, hence, well, yeah. Let's see what gets out of that.
Let's see
what. Well, I mean, we were just discussing as well, though. You know, that obviously Squadron, they've learned a lot with Squad. So, you know, in the past when they've been talking about doing this and that, you know, they're exploring it. They haven't done it yet. They've not done this stuff before.
Yeah.
You know, so when you've got a situation where they're implementing lessons, you know, that stuff they're already well versed in, basically, then we can't really sort of. I mean, you know, I guess, yeah, we certainly can't expect so much the worst. Is what I'm trying to sort of say. It's, you know, I think it's potentially going to go better than we might think. But certainly when they look at doing sort of tiers of the features, you know, just bit, you know, and I guess just because they've said, oh, this is everything that we want in 1.0, doesn't mean that all of that comes in 1.0. There could be bits of it that come.
Yeah, no, that's.
It just means that once it's wholly, that's 1.0, right?
Yeah, I mean they've been promising 1.0 for quite a while, but with the 5 systems and 4 of them nearly finished. I think they are, and they've been working on Terra for a long time. So yeah, I think there's a good chance 1.0 will be available within a year. That might be possible. Well, no, the content that they're missing. There's still the gameplay loops that are missing. Yeah, so probably it's in parallel with Squadron 42 because that makes most sense. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean that was my thoughts as well. That they'd want a more or less stable EU for the new players to enjoy.
Yeah. Before you tread in there, wait a moment before you pay your ticket or whatever. So because like I said, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop the stream before I get to my car. It's fine. But yeah,
Yeah.
stop it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
we don't need to see a parking lot, you know.
Well, I mean, tough. It's here. Yeah. So yeah, it was fun.
That's the avocado pin you got.
I think a lot of it, it's easy to get hyped up when you're in the place as well. You can probably have a more sort of skeptical eye when you're removed from it. But when you're being bombarded with all the sound and stuff, and
yeah, true.
deep rumblings, and you really sort of get immersed in it. So
yeah.
It's great. Perhaps it makes sense to get opinions outside of the context of the the show itself.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we'll see where it gets. I think we're on a good way, especially in regards to Squadron 42. 2 years for once sounds plausible. Once more, I mean, it sounded plausible in the past, but this time, if it's actually feature complete, 2 years is absolutely possible. And finishing up StarCitizen for those 5 systems as well. So yeah. Let's see where we go.
That would be really awesome if they really make it in 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel pretty positive about it.
Yeah. Let's wrap it up, guys.
Okay.
Cool. Right. Well, yeah, it's been fun. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for streaming us. I mean, thanks for showing us around on the CitizenCon. It was awesome to have eyes and ears in place.
Okay. Sorry?
I said to have eyes and ears in place was awesome. And to see a bit of Manchester.
Well, these eyes aren't very good.
Oh, well, they are. Very good.
These eyes, I mean, this is done pretty well. Where's the camera? I'm trying to put my finger in front of the camera, but it's not working. Anyway, yeah, cool. Right, off to the car I go. So, catch you guys later.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Goodbye. Bye-bye, YouTube.
YouTube. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Stay up.
Hey, either put up a Q&A for the Star Lancer in Spectrum.
Oh, okay.
The top